na nashukuru sana. Karibu, tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Vice Chair akikuja, tumpigieni makofi mazuri tafadhali. Asante, asante sana.
Delegates, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, welcome to day number 6 of our conference, the last day. I know the numbers look small, but we are going to start. We really look forward that people will come to join us in this closing ceremony. Today we have 2 topics and then the closing ceremony. So we request that we join in to continue together. So this morning we have some partners. We want to allow them time to share with us their products and their services. So I want to begin with a few booksellers who will come forward here to tell us which books they have published and which books they sell. So just to remind ourselves is that we'll have a topic on the teachers' unions. We'll have another one on reimagining principal associations as a catalyst for quality education by the trade unions. So I want to ask Josephine to come and share with us what she has as we start this day. Karibu Josephine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Josephine Kinyanzu, PhD. All protocol observed. Let me say that I'm a passionate teacher, a counselor, and a mentor. And as some of us we've met. And I just want to start by talking about, just briefly say that Desmond Tutu talked about something that is very important today. He said that don't raise your voice, improve your argument. And we are just surprised how culture is shifting very fast and ever. In the heart of this culture is the generation Z and Alpha. This is the largest and most dynamic demographic today, we know that. So can you believe that it took over 4,000 years between the first handwritten letter and the first email? Yet less than a decade, this generation has redefined how we communicate, how we learn, how we think, and how we live. That is the generation Z and Alpha, and those are our students. So with 1.6 billion young people in Africa, it's no wonder the continent is being held as the youngest and most promising globally. But here is the thing. Change cannot be forced, change can only be inspired. So can we truly shape the future of these young ones using the old tools from the past? Should we beat them down with discipline or build them up with dialogue? So that today's students are more wise than ever before. And the challenging is that we need to march to the beat of their own drum. So it's a different ball game, and the same whole play books won't work it out. So this is not the time to, back out commands. It's the time to lean it, sit down and talk, replacing punishment with purpose, authority with authenticity, fear with understanding. And this is what inspired me to write My Golden Moments, a guidance and counseling handbook for teachers, students, and parents. And these are practical tools designed for teachers, parents, and learners. And the good news is that it's been approved by the KICD. This is a text, and it's very rich. The readability is 12 years to 24 years. It also has a lot of content for guidance and counseling for teachers and parents as well. And let me say, my dear principals, that we need to talk to our teachers, our parents. So I'm willing to come to your school, talk to your parents. They purchase this book. at no cost. And we understand how we are going to deal with this generation, because you can see they're shaping how we are doing things. Let's just spark conversation that matter, that are going to unlock the mind and of these young people, instead of, shutting them down rather. So we also have other books. We have English books. I'm a teacher and an examiner of English. So we have another set of English books. And you can find us outside here just before Copycat. We are sharing a tent with the guys that are dealing with the executive chairs and table just before Copycat, before Smart School, just the tent that is there. You're going to find us there. We are going to share more. And my number is 0721 67 11 11. 0721 67 11 11. And lastly, we have a comprehensive mock exam. Thank you very much. See you there. God bless you so much. Asante.
Can we clap for Josephine, please? I want to invite Abraham Mutual to say something.
So good morning, principals. Tusalimiane kwa hewa. So my name is Mutual Abraham. I'm a motivational speaker with an experience of over 15 years. And before that, I was a teacher of chemistry and biology. So I have a title here, which I'm promoting outside here. It's called the A Student. The A Student. I have other titles like the Top Student, Qualities of a Good Teacher, but today I decided just to focus on this A Student. And the reason is very simple. In my span of 15 years in motivation, I've realized that our students in our schools, they are very serious challenges. And the challenges they have concerns issues, some of the questions that they have. Some of these questions they direct it to teachers, and the teachers may not be in a position to answer those questions. Every time I go to a school to speak, after a 2-hour presentation, the students will be writing questions in small pieces of paper. And they want me to answer all those questions, which is very simple, which is actually very difficult. So in between 2017, 2018, and 2019, I visited over 100 secondary schools in this country, national, county, and extra-county schools. And I was asking students to tell me the challenges they are having. They write them in form of questions. So they will be writing questions, I collect, and then I sort those questions. And those questions were dealing with questions on time management, questions on mastering the content, questions on career guidance, questions on attitude. So we sorted all those questions, and that's why I developed this book called The A Student. And what we did in this book is that it is a form of question, answer. You find a student will be asking a question that when the teacher is in class, is teaching for 40 minutes, the student says, I understand, as the teacher is teaching. But when the teacher gets out, the student says, I forget everything. And some of the students are saying when they are revising, they are understanding. But during exams, they forget everything. So that is why I was able to develop this book. And I'm challenging you as a principal. Just have a few copies in your school. They are going to make a very big difference. Most of the students that have used the A Student, most of them have made it to university. Somebody begin my coffee. Even my daughter used it last year and akapata A in all the subjects. Somebody begin my coffee. So even you want to challenge your learners. They can be able to use the book and they do very well. You also have students in other schools. They can be able to use this book, and I'm challenging you. It's going to make a big difference. Lastly, let me give you my number. We do a lot of programs in schools. We do career guidance. We do revision programs. And currently, we are doing launching of revision programs in so many schools. So because your teachers have finished the syllabus, we need to come and launch the revision program for them. So my number is 0722 538754. Let me repeat, 0722 538754. Thank you very much and be blessed.
Clap for Abraham Mutual for that Thank you, Abraham. The team from Kenya Cultural Center. Kenya Cultural Center.
All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Vincent Maingi. I am an actor, a director, and a producer of Makini Arts Production, which is an affiliate of the Kenya Cultural Center associating Kenya National Theatre. And basically, we have a performance that is a live performance, as you know. According to the pathways, we have a whole pathway of performing arts that at the end of the day, you'll see your students will become actors like us. They'll be more into film and everything. So basically, we are inviting you, ladies and gentlemen, to be part of us. Come experience theater here in Mombasa at Little Theater. We are having a show tomorrow. Tomorrow, after you are done with the conference, you want to unwind, Pale Little Theater, it's opposite or rather next to Kenya Maritime Authority. We are having a theater show dubbed 42 Express. So basically, we are trying to bring awareness of performing arts to you so that you can encourage these students to come and be part of us, because theater is a whole thing by itself, and we really love that you guys come and join us. My friend here will play the trailer. He'll play the trailer. Then our tickets go for 1,000 shillings. That is advance ticket. It's 1,000 shillings, but for gate you'll get it at 1,500. And for the VIP, it's 3,000. But right now, advance you'll get it at 2,000. So we are welcoming you at Little Theatre in Mombasa, next to Kenya Maritime Authority. So thank you very much. As he plays the trailer, you'll also see the payment options, and I also have the tickets. I have the tickets. Yes, so if you're interested, I'll be going around. Thank you. Yes. Yes, as it tries to find the video, I'll just tell you about 42 Express. So this is the synopsis of the same. So at the heart of the bustling railway terminal in Mombasa, that is Kenya, where steel meets soul and time pauses between arrivals and departures, a mysterious train awaits, the 42 Express. Its destination, Kisumu. Its passengers, the unlikely strangers, each nursing private wounds and carrying emotional luggage heavier than any suitcase. Among them is Naipanoi, a quiet, introspective lady, woman. She's fleeing more than just a place. She boards the 42 Express with a ticket to somewhere and perhaps nowhere. But just as she tries to slip away from the past, Frank, a man she thought she had left behind, appears on the same platform. His presence triggers a confrontation. Neither of them are ready for it. As the train prepares to depart, so do the illusions. 42 Express is not just a journey across geography, but across memory, regret, and hope. The station becomes a metaphor for life's turning points, where decision must be made and truth faced before the train moves on. Set against the backdrop of Kenya's rhymes and cultural nouns, 42 Express is a captivating blend of realism and allegory, a powerful reflection of the intersections of destiny, identity, and choice. Yes. Kama hivi. Iko sawa, iko sawa.
I saw the test kits. It was 2 lines.
So,
Only one of us is leaving this train alive.
Yes. That is the pay bill number. Thank you. Just pause there. That's the pay bill number. 522533, account number 7989937. Yes, promote artists. We are also trying to take this play to represent us at the Uganda International Theatre Festival, and God willing, hopefully in the course of the year, we'll take it to South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We want to allow BF Suma to come over. Daktari, come and make your presentation.
Good morning, esteemed teachers, headmasters. Hello. Good morning, principals, head teachers, and senior principals. Amjambo. Amjambo tena. My name is Dr. Mwangeme. I'm a physician, and I want to just take some 5 minutes to talk to us about health and wellness. While here, I asked one of the senior principals, what are you doing about wellness in your school? And he told me there's a circular we got. When a teacher starts misbehaving, we refer him to wellness. And I asked, what about yourself as a principal? What are you doing about it? What we know today, 50% of the issues we have in our hospitals are conditions which can be prevented and controlled if we modify our lifestyle. I've been here for the last 3 days. 90% of the principals who have come to my desk are hypertensive, and they are not doing much to change the situation. And do you know, if you're hypertensive, one day, if you don't do anything, you will fall down and die. You are so important to this country. Every week, I hear a teacher has collapsed, a principal has collapsed. This trend must stop. And that's why, in the next 5 minutes, there's something which I want us to do. I want to request all of us to do a self-assessment of our health situation. Are we ready for that? Can we please rise up, all of us? Please, please. Senior principals, please, let's stand up. I want us to do a self-assessment of how healthy we are and whether we need to do something about our scenario. Boss, you're so in front that you have to listen to the speaker. Among us who are here in this hall today, how many of us take at least 1.5 liters of water every day? If you don't, please sit down. Self-assessment. If you don't take 1.5 liters every day, please sit down. Thank you for those who have sat down. Number 2, of those who are still standing, how many of you intentionally walk for 30 minutes every day? If you don't walk, please sit down. Intentionally walking for 30 minutes. Question number 3. How many of us here take time between 15 to 20 minutes basking in the sun? You are all above 45 here. How many of you bask in the sun? If you don't, sit down. Okay. Question number 4. How many of you who are still standing 5 days in a week of 7 days, you take vegetables and fruits? If you don't, please sit down. Let's clap for the few people who are still standing. I think there are around 5 people. How many of you who are still standing can comfortably squat for 1 minute? Those of you who are standing, let's just squat for 1 minute. Thank you. Those who are not able to squat, please sit down. Let's clap for those who are still standing. There are actually only 3 people, 4 people, 5. Let's clap for those 5 people. You see, Bwana Vice Chair, you are dealing with a sick constituency. But the good news, this can be changed. Long time ago, I developed peptic ulcers. I've been a doctor for the last 32 years, and I'm a physician now, and I've done what it takes. And my problem was still there. On my 28th year of practice, from which I had done endoscopy 4 times. I have met some of you who have told me you have done endoscopy twice, thrice, and I did 4 times. My first endoscopy I did in Kenyatta Hospital. The second endoscopy I did in Aga Khan, Mombasa. The third endoscopy I did when I was in my postgraduate studies in Germany. And the 4th one I did in 2011 when I was in the US. And all this, I still had to carry medicine. Until during Corona, I met a colleague, a junior colleague, who told me, Doc, do you know there are simple things you can do to change your problem? And I said to me, a physician, you are telling me what I know. You, a pharmaceutical technologist, how now? But he said, you have nothing to lose. Few things you can do to your life. Of course, when I encounter a patient with ulcers, there's the medication we prescribe. And because some things don't change over time, you continue worsening the scenario. After that encounter, my life changed. Today, I don't carry medicine. What did I do? There are basic things which I did. Even before the medicine, there is lifestyle modification. Lifestyle modification. And then there is the diet you take. I was so impressed. 95% of you take tea in the morning and even in your offices. And then 50% of you complain of heartburn. And I ask myself, you are not doing anything. Why are you taking tea? Why are you taking masala tea? Why are you taking fried foods? You can tell us you're not taking soda. But those are the things which you can do and change your scenario. I have encountered many programs which support plant-based medication. Where I sit, I encourage my patients, before we treat you with what we give you, what are you eating at home? The test we did this morning is something which you need to remember. I have one message for you. Non-communicable conditions can be reversed. We should not die from them. You shouldn't die from diabetes. You shouldn't die from hypertension. You shouldn't be disabled by arthritis. You can still escape from cancer. Number one, apart from what you are getting, today, WHO says countries should be encouraged to go for plant-based health products which are approved and certified by government. BF Suma have a set of products, and these products have been certified, and they change your story. Somebody said they might be expensive. No. Let me tell you the truth. The lifestyle things you have said here, take water, exercise, bask in the sun, don't smoke, reduce alcohol. Those ones contribute to your wellness. Number two, share your problems. Don't lie to people. Huh? Number three, are you eating vegetables? Now, 60% of the principals I've seen, they tell me, Daktari, mimi nakula mboga. But you're overcooking. You're overcooking your vegetables. You are destroying all the fiber. And when you do that, you don't succeed. Finally, reduce salt, reduce sugar, reduce oil. Your forefathers did better than you. Some of you, because of the background you're coming from, today you say, I must fry 2 eggs, I must eat sausage. These refined products, they are destroying you. They are killing you softly. My advice for you, do the things I've said. Number three, if you are seeing your physician, please challenge your physician. You should not be on drugs increasing for the 3 years, 4 years. When I see you being given 5 drugs at a go, just know your kidney, your liver, they are suffering. What can you do about it? Challenge your physician. In the past, 31 years ago, we were told these conditions, when you enter there, it is for life. Today, this morning, I want to let you know, these can be reversed. These are reversed. I have so many patients whom I have reversed their problems. Don't leave this place with your hypertension. If it is controlled, well and good. Come and see us so that I can tell you what you need to do to come out of it. If you are diabetic, for the brothers who are here, I talked to some of the principals who work far from home. And some of them, when they get back home and they start performing poorly in the bedroom, they start looking at the boda who helps his family to go around getting things with another eye. Because the bedroom is frustrating, now you start being aggressive to everyone. There is medicine for you. There is something you can do. When you eat green vegetables, when you exercise, your libido will go up. Any man, as a man myself I know, nobody wants to be thought weak. Some of the mental issues we are having today, because in Kenya today, every day, 4 people are dying from mental problems. Suicide. 3 of them are men. So Vice Chair, most of the men, 3 out of 4 dying of mental issues are men. Do you know what happens? Number 1, you get pissed off. When you get pissed off, your spirit gets hurt. So in Kiswahili they say, roho yako inaumia, isn't it? Kuna moyo na kuna roho, si ndio? Roho yako inaumia. Roho ikiumia, akili inajeruhiwa. When you get mental injury, you start manifesting with those issues. You start being aggressive, you start being unfriendly, you start spending time alone. Please, when somebody starts doing that, talk to them. Sit down. Don't tell them to go look for solution. Talk to them and let them go where they can be assisted. Because sometimes it's a small problem. So I want to invite you. I want to welcome you. We have a stand just opposite CIC. There's a BF Suma stand. I'll be there waiting for you. I want to screen you. I want to show you your problem can be reversed. Take this opportunity. We are having an offer for you because of this auspicious occasion you are in. Don't go back if you have been hypertensive for the last 5 years. Don't go back if you have been having arthritis, if you are diabetic, if you are having issues in your bedroom. Come, I talk to you. I was just informed the other day, even our madams, they are saying, I am now 60. Bedroom issues have retired. It's a lie. I had a patient last week who's 87 years and told me the reason why I am still happy with my wife is every week we meet and we enjoy our marriage. It is sex, intimacy, which holds your marriage. It is not that you are smiling to each other every day. And if that is not happening, there's a problem. But the problem has solution. Science has helped us. There are a lot of discoveries. Please don't. And if you want to ask a question, I just give you some numbers you can call. If you want to reach me, you can do that via 0721, if you are in Safaricom, 0721 837939. 0721 837939. Dr. Mwangemi. Also, I have my colleague whom we are working closely with. Her number is 0721 424040. I urge you all, take this opportunity to do two things. One, improve the quality of your life. Two, make a deliberate effort to live long. I thank you all and God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, if it was in court, we will all be guilty as charged. Daktari has spoken and spoken to many of us and our conditions, our situations. Thank you, Daktari, for that information. Pastor Osindi, this pastor has always been in our conferences for more than 20 years. Yeah, he's always been with us, selling us books, talking to us, even praying for us. Pastor Osindi, kindly.
Good morning, principals. As you have been told, I'm Pastor Osindi, but before I became a pastor, I was a teacher. And I became a school chaplain one day. When students were calling me to pray for them, when they failed, they say, Pastor, you don't know how to pray. I wrote a book called 10 Keys to Academic Excellence. And recently, I've seen people, principals, being abused in social media. I've written a book here called Calm Leadership in Schools, a practical stress management for today's principals. In this book, I've written chapter 1, you must understand stress, you must trust God, the power of delegation, staying calm in transition, navigating social media falsehood. Sasa ukitukanwa kwa social media, iko njia unaenda nayo. And in fact, what is killing people today is stress than any other disease. Because this stress is connected with, when you are created in anatomic and physiological. When physiological is affected, the whole body is affected. For example, one day, a family brought some food, somebody brought them food. And when they ate, it was, before they ate, they asked, nani huyo alituletea chakula, hawakujua. Ilikuwa na nyama hapo, wakapatia umbwa wao. Umbwa akakula, alipokula saa 2 wakatengeneza chakula. Asubuhi waliambiwa, umbwa wao amekufa kwa parapara. Wakaanza kuumwa kwa tumbo, wakachukuliwa hospitali. No gani kikosi, wanasema umbwa wetu alikufa, wakaanza kutayolea hapa na pale. Kumbe umbwa aligongwa na gari. Kwa hivyo, anything which affects you physiologically, it can kill you. This book goes for only 300, but because I'm remaining with few copies, it's only 200. You can get it, it can help you, I've written even stories of principals who have been stressed and how they have managed their stress. May God bless you. Hata unaweza niita zure yako, ninaongea na wanafunzi, nikiongea wanapita tu. Namba yangu ni 07200 44919. Kwa vile mimi ni pastor, nitaomba. Papa wetu, tumekuja mbele zako, tunakushukuru. Asante sana kwa kutupatia kazi kubwa kama maprinciple. Tunakuomba utupatie hekima na maarifa ya kuchunga shule zetu, bariki familia zetu. Nimeomba katika jina la Yesu Mwokozi wetu. Hiyo kitabu naweza kukipata huko nje, anywhere. Asante sana. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Pastor. There was somebody about life after 40. Life after 40, some medicine. Life after 40, are you in the hall? Life after 40? Life after 40, you are not there. CIC Insurance, I hope you are there. CIC, KCB. I can see you, KCB. Don't hide. I can see you. I'm sure you are the ones. I know the whole is not as you expected to be, but it's in order. Let's continue. Let us carry on.
Thank you for the invitation. All protocols observed. I want to greet you all. Good morning. Good morning. On behalf of KCB Foundation, I want to welcome you all and take you through the KCB Foundation fraternity. KCB Foundation is the CSR arm of KCB Group, and I know my colleagues and directors have been able to speak. My name is Stephen Mate, leading the KCB Scholars Program, and representing the KCB Foundation Director, Director Mendy Njonjo. I convey her greetings. Do you receive her greetings? Thank you. The KCB Scholars Program was started in 2007 as the first program of the foundation, and the reason for that is because we were taking the we recognize the power of education in our country and in our communities, and it is the only enabler for change of our communities. And since then, we've been able to scale programs across the region, and you can be able to see the countries where we operate in those countries. Mainly running two main programs, the Education Scholarship Program and the Tujiajiri Program, carrying different names across the specific markets that we operate in. Our mission continues to empower communities for sustainable development through education and economic development, with the vision of creating opportunities for more inclusive and equitable societies. And it is because we live by what we say, for people, for better, and that is where we are anchored. We have our strategic plan, as you can see, with two main pillars: the Education Scholarship Program, which spans between high school and all the way to tertiary, that is the university and colleges. And then the Enterprise Development Program, commonly known as Tujiajiri Program, where the youths who do not make to go to the universities and require technical skills to be artisans, then we are able to take them through a 6 months training, and thereafter advance them to be able to acquire jobs through provision of either power toolkits, or we provide them with what we call the seed capital to be able to start up their own businesses. Mainly within the KCB Foundation program, we enhance access to education, and mainly if you look at the programs that we already have, you can be able to see within the high school scholarship program, we are able to provide a comprehensive package which mainly includes all tuition fees fully paid, and a package of mentorship which is mainly provided by our staff within our branches and the teachers where we've been able to get a lot of support from you principals in the particular institutions. Currently with over 567 schools where our students are placed. After the high school, we are able to transition them to tertiary, either within local universities, and a few who get the straight A's, we are able to advance them for scholarships in the US, mainly Harvard, Princeton, among other universities in the US. And thereafter, we are able to link them up to the job opportunities within KCB Group and our partners as well. If you look at our impact, the slide there shows since 2007, we've been able to impact over 5,800 scholars across all the 47 counties and invested over 2 billion in our communities through the education. Since 2023, we were able to start up our transition to university, and we currently have a cohort of 608 scholars in the universities and colleges, and this year transitioning over 300 scholars into the universities. If you look at why do we need to provide scholarship, I said it is the only way we can be able to change our communities and provide positive outcomes through scholars. And if you look at our transition, in terms of transition to universities, we've been able to record over 80% transitioning to universities because of the package that we are able to provide to our scholars. The Kenya statistics, if you look at it, you'll find that over 20% do not, dropout rates among girls stand at over 20%. And if you look at in our ASAL counties, most of them, and because of our socio-cultural practices, they are able to not to access education, and that is why the interventions for KCB Foundation provides that opportunity. And I love our theme for this year, which is providing pathways to the access to senior secondary education. And within that, KCB Foundation is also aligning to that reality through provision of scholarships within the 3 pathways that the curriculum has been able to provide to us. If you look at the benefits that they get, I have already mentioned that. I want to get to the next slide, where the impact and outcomes, we've been able to see over 99% completing our program, and with over 84% transitioning to university. I said that is those who score over C+ and above, and over 45% definitely being from girls. Our program reality is to see 50-50 gender representation. And if you look at the secondary schools that we work with, we've gotten immense support from our institutions, and we still call for the same support as we soldier on. Within there, you can be able to see, we started the implementation of CBE in the last recruitment in 2024 through the launch of the athletics scholarship. And you can see the student there with the quote that said that scored a very low mark of 237, but that's really not low because of the talent that the student has. And we've seen our 50 scholars in that athlete program transit to international front, including the ongoing AK championship, which is currently ongoing. Our scholars are doing an amazing job, including 2 of our scholars who will be joining the Kenyan team representing Kenya in Nigeria for the AK Under 18 Championship, which is a good thing that we need to promote talent in our institutions. And going forward for 2026, we want to see the gifted and talented being supported more beyond athletics. The slide there indicates the school infrastructure support that the KCB Foundation continues to support. And you can see we promoted our institutions through access to water and sanitation, through provision of tanks. We've provided through the school infrastructure that are very needy, and we've been able to support even infrastructure for desks and facilities to enable quality learning in our institutions. The pictorial there just indicates our launch of the athletics, the scholars sports program. We started with athletics, but I said going forward we want to see into other sports so that we can be able to tap our talent and promote it. Our key theme for that is identifying the talent, nurturing it, and commercializing it. And we'll be calling upon your support so that as you visit our KCB branches, kindly bring your input and support for this initiative. This is a pool of our teachers who provide a key resource for mentorship, and we provide training to be able to support our scholars. And that's why we've been able to record the milestones that I've just been able to create. And with that, I want to thank you all for the immense support that you've been able to provide to KCB Foundation. To access us, kindly visit any KCB branch within your locality, and you'll be able to get more about us and connect with us through our branches. But if you need head office support, we are located at Kencom, first floor, and you're most welcome to meet with us and network with us. God bless you. Thank you.
Can we clap for KCB? This is our main sponsor, by the way. Alongside KCB, we have, is it Z? Yes. Good. Karibu. Yeah.
Good morning, delegates. You're well? My name is Ken Mulwa. KCB, Z. It's a platform that, if my team can project, it's an ERP, yeah? We are going to talk about technology. You see, technology is the future, right? That's why even in our CBE, we have curriculum with an ICT capability, right? Z school offering gives you 4 components. The first one is, as our learners go home after we've closed schools, we give them physical invoice, right? So that they can give their parents or guardians and pay. However, with the new solution, we give them Z ERP that allows parents, guardians, once they receive the invoice digitally, they click and pay. We have it in Z that allows payments from multiple payments. Multiple payments meaning they can pay via M-Pesa, they can pay via our pay bill, they even pay via check, or even the CDF that they are given. So in that payment, all payments are consolidated, or they are accounted into one accounting system. Then we have Z accounting. Yesterday we had Madam Georgina and SPA Kamar digesting about accounting. Z accounting has the capability with an IPSAS accreditation. The bazaars can have that IPSAS within the system. All they need to do is just download and send that report. That report is automatically. It is not human interferences, it's automatically. When Mr. SPA Kamar was speaking about the accounting, I was just thinking about how we can give these 9,000 bazaars this system, and their nightmares will be over, right? With the Z accounting, the bazaar's nightmare is over. And then we have Z pocket money, whereby the parents load pocket money to the learners digitally. What do I mean digitally? Parents at home, they send pocket money. Currently, what we're giving prepaid cards. But now we have a new system that is biometrically accepted, whereby parents load their learner's wallet biometrically, and then learners at the institution, all they need to do is just go to the canteen or cafeteria, input their biometric, that's it. The money will be deducted automatically from their learner's wallet. Then parents at home can see how their learners are spending, and also can see in real time all the transactions that the learners have eaten, or all the transactions they have actually added to the learner's wallet. Then we have Z attendance. This is where, sometimes parents, we panic a lot. We don't know where our learners are after maybe they close school or during midterm, or maybe they are going for school trips. So this capability, Z attendance, gives parents at home at ease, whereby when they go out of school, either on school trips, holidays, or even midterm, they capture biometrically out. When they come to the school, they still capture their biometrically in. That means parents at home can relax and have at ease. So those 4 components, it is what Z is giving you as a school. And it's a 360 kind of a view, because one, Z comes in a mobile phone, whereby you as a principal here, and you want to know what is happening in real time at the school, you can log in into your mobile app and see the payments, see every little detail that is happening at the school. Sometimes, as principals, we ask for reports, and then we are told by Bazaar, give me a week to prepare that report. However, now with ZERP, that report is real-time and automatically. All you need to do is log in, go to the reports, and access that report real-time, either financial, academically. On academical, I mean about the attendance, about the pocket money that parents have loaded. You can see all those in real time, right? In our next slide, we see why Z. You ask yourself, why Z? And maybe probably you have others out there. Z gives you an easy way of payment. Right now, in our 5225533, you put the pay bill number, learner's number, and probably hashed by another digit. However, we have simplified that process, whereby as a parent, as a guardian, when you receive this invoice, you click and pay. Benefits to school, automated reconciliation. What do I mean by that? Automated reconciliation is whereby, as a parent, sometimes when we pay via the bank, we are forced to bring the slips to school sometimes. Or when we pay via M-Pesa, sometimes we are requested to send that confirmation message for school to credit that learner's account. But now reconciliation is automated, make payment simple and convenient, enable schools to know real time who has paid and who has not paid at the touch of the button, right? The next slide talks about benefits. That one we've talked about. The next one, please. This is what you're going to get as a dashboard in your laptop, in your computer, or the mobile. The next one talks about handling, accounting. This is where, as SPA Kamar yesterday was talking about, now we have simplified that process. Where SPA Kamar was talking about P&L, cash flow, how the bazaars access the accounting bit. It is a robust kind of a thing when he was talking about. However, now in Z, we have simplified that process. You do not need to have a CPA or a CPAK. Now with Z, we have made that process very easy. You can now have your cash flow, your P&L, your trial balance, and very importantly, pocket money. Pocket money, that's a machine, the biometric one that you'll be accessing at the canteen or at the school cafeteria. It's a very easy process. The next one talks about, the next slide please, attendance. This is where we're talking about when learners go out of school, either midterm, holidays, or even trips. That you can get the report. If you want to know who went where and how, you can get that report real time once they access the biometrical. And the last page talks about summary. Setup is very easy. Accept all payments, paid and unpaid, cashless, pocket money, generated, all that. Monitor students' attendance during using biometric technology. Then, what do we have here? This is where you can get us. Available online, www.zbusiness. Also, we are partner on the ground. Visit at any KCB branch. You'll get assistance from us. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. From Monday, we've been having the Deputy CEO, Kenya National Exams Council. He's been sitting here with us. I want him to come forward and say hi. Karibu. Deputy CEO, Kenya National Examinations Council. CIC, meanwhile, get ready. CIC, I'm making the last call.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chairman of KESSHA. Yeah, good morning. I think my name is Andrew Otieno. I think the title which has been given is not the right one. I'm the Director, Research, Quality Assurance and Planning at the Kenya National Examination Council. NEC has directorates, and the directors, 5, all of them are directly under the CEO. So I just want to appreciate the KESSHA for giving us the opportunity to greet the heads, as you are one of the key stakeholders for Kenya National Examination Council. Without the heads of the institutions, I think we cannot manage as the Kenya National Examination Council in achieving our mandate. I want also to appreciate all the heads of schools for supporting NEC whenever we are having the National Examination Council, more specifically for embracing when we are having the new innovations. You know that at Kenya National Examination Council, we always try to strive to bring new innovations so that we ensure that our examination results remain credible, and also we are adhering to the international standard. What I'll just want to assure the Kenya National Examination, that the Kenya National Examination Council is prepared for the 2025 National Examination and Assessment. This year we are having 3 national examination and assessment. That is the KESSHA at grade 6, the KJSEA at grade 9, and the Kenya National and the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, which is the third last exam which we are administering for this particular year. The Kenya National, for the grade 9 examination, the KJSEA wish to say that we are ready with the exams, and as from all the stakeholders meeting and the sensitization which are normally made, the KJSEA exams will be 40% of the formative assessment and the 60% of the summative assessment. As we speak now, we are already ready with the 40%, which is the 20% of the KESSHA examination results, which they start in 2022, and the school-based assessment at grade 7 and grade 8, which were done in 2023 and 2024. Already the formative assessments are ready. We are just waiting for the learners to sit for the summative assessment, which will be administered in late October and early November of 2025. As we are aware, the NEC had already we did the pilot last year, and after the pilot, we shared the assessment, that is the summative assessment, which are going to be, we shared the samples which through the school portal. So all the junior schools, they are able to assess the sample for the exams which the candidate will do this year. The exams for this year are just, we are going to have a total of 15 subjects which are going to be assessed in 12 papers. So the papers, this one for the KESSHA, they are fewer. They will not be like the KCSE exams, where NEC has tried as much as possible to reduce the number of exams. We are trying to make the exams not to be more high stake. So we are just going to have the candidate will sit for only 9 papers, and papers are in form of the multiple choice, some multiple choice and the structured. NEC went to the multiple choice type of question because we are using few papers, and it's the multiple choice types of question which can enable NEC to assess more than 70% of what the learners are expected to study. That is the syllabus, which for the year. So what informed NEC to go for the multiple choice type of question was more of to ensure that, because we are having few number of papers, we will not be having paper 1, 2, and 3 the way for KCSE. So it was only possible using the multiple choice type of question. We are only having the languages, which we are going to be tested in more than 1 paper. That is paper 1 and 2. But for the rest, mathematics, the integrated science, creative arts, all of them will be tested in just a single paper, which are the multiple choice type of questions and structured. And we have also tried to ensure that we are reducing the time, not as KCSE. If you go through the timetable for the KESSHA exams, you will also realize that the timing, we have tried as much as possible to reduce the timing. So for the senior school, I'll also wish to say that NEC, we are also ready for the senior school, and come before the end of the year and early next year, we are going to have some sensitization to prepare also the senior school on the assessment which is expected at the senior school level. Because for the CBA, curriculum-based assessment, we are more having the school-based assessment and the formative assessment, and the learners, we start to engage them from year 10. So it's not like KCSE where you are going to engage the learners at the end of the year 12, but we are going to start with them at the year 10 of exams, where we are going to give them the school-based assessment. So I think with those few comments, I'll want to conclude because we are going to engage you more as we prepare to receive the learners at grade 10. Thank you.
Delegates, can we clap for Kenya National Examinations Council? I want to report that all the presenters are in the hall for the 2 sessions. We are going to run the program back to back, then we release you early. We have the unions are in, we have Dr. Nyerere is also in, so we'll be able to begin right away and be able to release you early. CIC, come and take the shortest time possible as we prepare for Dr. Nyerere's presentation. CIC.
Dear delegates, good morning. Thank you very much, Vice Chair, for the wonderful opportunity. On behalf of CIC, thank you very much for your support that you've given us throughout the years, even in supporting this noble cause. We've seen thousands of you at our tents for the medical forum, which we started with on Monday. It has been successful. Thank you very much for visiting us and also knowing about your health. It's very important for you to know where you stand. So I'm just going to be very brief, just a few minutes. And I think we're going to start with our philosophies, which our main purpose is to help people achieve financial freedom. Maybe you can go to the next slide. To be a world-class provider of insurance, which we've been able to serve you over the years. And just to the next one, insurance products which we are offering to you, which are at a very subsidized. We have the principals, motor, private. These are personal cover. I think most of you have said that your cars don't move a lot, so we have a subsidized rate for that. We have the principals medical cover, very subsidized rate for that as well. We have WIBA cover for staff. We have retirement benefits. We have group funeral cover. We have students personal accident cover, and we have the school bus insurance. So those are some of the general insurance products that we have, as well as the life products which involve investments with us, educational, retirement benefits, a pension. You can be able to pick an individual pension to run with. So we are more than happy to be here, but this is our catch. Just to the next one on the principals medical cover. Next one, please. This is where the gist is with CIC on the medical cover. And this whereby we are giving as low from 500 inpatient to 3 million at a very subsidized rate of close to 18,000. So as a principal, what we just need to do is just to gather as 10 of you in a region, and we can be able to onboard you on this cover as principals. So this is a benefit cover for principals. Kindly ensure you visit us and you get us more information on that. It's quite an encouraging thing, and I'm hoping that we shall be able to onboard more of you. Next slide, please. So that is the basic cover for the medical that we are offering for CIC, from 500 to 3 million, even a private room of 17,000. On the next slide, you'll see the premiums that vary quite well. You can go on the next one, as low as 18,000, and also an outpatient, or as low as 36,000. So visit us and see what products we have for you. We also have Easy Beamer with us, and the Easy Beamer is where you can be able to buy those policies yourselves, especially for your parents, especially for your families. So feel free to come and engage us. Remember, this is a KESSHA, so we have subsidized rates for you as principals. So kindly visit us, kindly talk to us so that you can be able to package for you what suits best. So some of the CIC Life products that we are offering, please go to the next slide as well. Some of the CIC Life products that we are offering are the annuities. You can buy your annuity as early as now as your way to retire. We have healthy pension plan for you. We have individual and academic life products that can be able to assist you and your kids. So kindly, these are all subsidized rates for principals. So feel free to engage us at any time. Feel free to visit us. Feel free to engage us, and you'll get the best products that you can be able to get. And as I finalize, we do not only pick money from you just to buy insurance. We also give you an opportunity to invest with us. At the CIC Asset Management, you're able to open an account for MMF. You're able to open an account for fixed income fund. You're able to open a balance fund, an equity fund, just to help you pull in something small so that as you work on your retirement, you have some savings with you. So kindly visit us. It has been a wonderful time that you've been with you. We enjoy partnering with you. We enjoy being your partners at these sessions, and we'll provide, with good feedback, we'll be able to provide better and subsidized rates that fits for you. So thank you very much for this opportunity for the presentation. Thank you.
Clap for CIC. Thank you, CIC, for that presentation. And now I want to welcome the chairman, Homa Bay County, Mr. Bula Dickens, to chair the next session. Bula Dickens from Homa Bay to chair the next session. Karibu Bwana Bula. The next session in our program, you can check. He will introduce the topic.
Colleague delegates, good morning. Our next presenter is Dr. Jacqueline Nyerere, an associate professor at Kenyatta University in the Department of Educational Management, Policy and Curriculum Studies. Dr. Nyerere is also the Secretary to Education and Sustainable Development in Africa. Her work focuses on skilling, education for sustainable development, and international education. Her work is broad. She travels and works for Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda in areas of climate knowledge. She's had a wide range of experience, and we welcome Daktari to come and present. Let us give her 2 hearty claps as she comes. 1, 2, 3. Karibu Daktari.
Thank you very much, Deacon. I see my presentation is up. Good morning. Yeah, as I've been introduced, kindly, my name. Yeah, better. I think so. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ride on the protocols that have already been observed since morning, and of course, for the past 5 days, and say good morning. My name is Jacqueline Nyerere from Kenyatta University, an Associate Professor of Education. Sorry for that confusing, because the change has happened not too long ago, and now I stand here as an Associate Professor of Education at Kenyatta University, and as I've been introduced, I also Secretary, Center for Education and Sustainable Development in Africa. I'm honored to stand before you as an educationalist myself. I believe that this is home. It is my first opportunity to address this gathering, which by all means drives education, the basic level education at the secondary level. And it is a pleasure and a privilege to stand before you. As my colleagues, some of you may have gone to school together. I studied at Kenyatta University, and some of you may have also studied at Kenyatta University at different times. So I feel that this is home, and I'm happy to be here to make this presentation. So the task before me is to discuss the reimagining of principles, associations as catalysts of quality education. I'm aware that we are making this presentation at a time of transition, and many presentations have been made regarding the transition from knowledge-based curriculum, which we normally call 844. 844 is a system, but it's really knowledge-based curriculum, to competence-based education. And I share in the weight of transitioning both the system of education and the curriculum. It is a lot that goes in just transitioning or overhauling the curriculum, but when it comes as both overhauling the curriculum and also the system of education altogether, it is quite a task. But I'm sure that the heads in this room have or are quite equipped to be able to facilitate that transition. So quality education, next slide. Quality education is I don't want to call it an issue, but it may as well be an issue. Next slide, please. But it may as well be an issue because of the many translations we make of this. What's quality education? We may not have a singular definition of quality education, but we have, or I believe that we can come up with our own. What do we think is quality education in Kenya, for instance? Sorry, the previous slide. Can you go to the second slide? Sorry, I was looking at my computer. And, yeah, this. So quality education comes with many definitions. It comes with many interpretations depending on where you stand. But also it's quite elusive. So it is a topic that we will be discussing, both based on what has been proven as best practices, but also to think through and say what is best practice when it comes to Kenya, when it comes to our context. We've always been accused of coming up with definitions of thinking quality, of thinking education systems using the lens of other contexts, using theories that are not ours. So we will be revolving, or the presentation will be revolving around quality of education processes experienced by learners. This can be many things. What is quality of education processes as experienced by learners? So we have content. A lot of times we think about quality, we think about content. Which content do we expose our learners to? Which pedagogies do we expose our learners to? Which facilities are available in our learning institutions? And so we think about quality in relation to this, to the content, to the facilities, and to the resources that are available to learners. But then there is quality in terms of the standard of education to all. So we tend to separate quality from equity, and they are inseparable. You will see that in the definition by VVOP. But there is no quality education when we have discrimination within the system, when not everyone is exposed to the same standard of education. We might as well say that in Kenya we have the same standard of education, we have a standardized curriculum, but would that be also a source of inequality in itself in terms of who is really exposed to what type of quality education? But a standard of education that is exposed to all would also define quality. And the sitting here, the association here, brings together principles from different contexts: urban, rural, marginalized, well-resourced, name it all, and anything in between. So when we talk about quality, we mean that that standard which Kenya exposes to its learners, that is the same in terms of facilities, in terms of resources, and that. So it is education for all. If we refer to the 1948 goal of education for all, it really sums it all, that education that does not discriminate in terms of the facilities and resources associated or exposed to its learners. Then there is also the issue of regular improvement of content and syllabus, which I believe really defines the meeting, or this KESSHA meeting 2025. We are in transition. We are expecting learners at this competence-based education or competence-based curriculum learners to transition next year. And so that review of content and syllabus, which should be continuous by all means, also reflects, because then it reflects the changing needs in the labor market, changing needs in societies, and that will define quality. So when you think about quality, you don't think about a static curriculum. You don't think about static provision of resources. It evolves depending on the different needs of society. So a good quality of education has been defined as one that provides all learners, underline all learners, with capabilities they require to become economically productive, develop sustainable livelihoods, contribute to peaceful and democratic societies, and enhance individual well-being. So wrapped in this are several processes, several dimensions of quality that we might want to think about. So as we go through the presentation, we will be revolving around this. When we talk about producing individuals who are economically empowered or productive, what is the role of principals? What's the role of the heads of schools in enabling this? But is it also individual, or is it collective? And being here collectively already gives us the advantage of looking at this. How do we do it collectively to bring out individuals who are economically productive and also who have access to livelihoods? So we do have employment, or access to employment, and access to quality employment. So it's not always quality employment. But when we think about quality education, we are supposed to frame this in the sense that it is quality that would give quality employment as well, to enhance individual well-being, and also to facilitate peaceful and democratic societies. So if you look at our new curriculum, if you look at the competence-based education, it has core competencies that speak to values and life skills or soft skills that are supposed to enable or that are enablers beyond the economic development, besides by human capital development that allows me to be a teacher or to be a doctor or to perform any labor. Which other skills do I need to develop that enables cohesiveness in society, democratizes society, and contributes to society as a whole? So education has been questioned in many fronts in terms of what really is education? Why should we go to school? And does education have to happen in school in the first place? When it happens in school, what can we do? What can we not do? And whatever gap that we cannot fill at the school level as principals, what else should we do? And that will also be highlighting in terms of how do we collectively respond to the challenges of quality. And as I said, quality in our own definition, quality in terms of our societal challenges, quality in terms of our societal needs, and quality in terms of provision of education for all. So we are speaking around the goal number 4 in the Sustainable Development Goals 2015-2030, which is to ensure inclusive, equitable, quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So this is a goal that we've all interacted with, having moved from the MDGs that focused on access to education. We also saw the change in terms of policy to education for all in 2003, because around 20,000 the conversations were, how do we enhance access to education? And also to bring on board the fact that education has to be meaningful, in that sense, quality. It was supposed to be UPE under the Millennium Development Goals, universal primary education. Along the way, we included secondary education as basic education, partly to respond to the challenge of what is education for? Do I go to school just to know how to read and write? If I terminate my education at class 8, then education at secondary school level is cohort restrictive. That if I do not have fees to transit to secondary school this year, I might as well have to repeat or do not attend secondary school. But from secondary school to college, you can work, you already are of age, you have some level of skills to work, it's assumed, and so that really gives you room and flexibility. But between primary and secondary education, you are almost wasted. So then the conversations in the UN cycles around how do we ensure that we process this child to the level where they can actually contribute economically. And so the inclusion of secondary schools as basic education and the provision of free day secondary education. So those are some of the laying grounds to look at inclusivity. When we started thinking about inclusivity, when we started thinking about the role of education, not just accessing education, but having an education that responds to development. So quality education features within that. But then there were many studies coming on board in terms of, does access to education necessarily mean quality? Do we learn just by going to school? And so you can see the revisions in the Sustainable Development Goals. We no longer talked about universal primary education or just access, but we talked about equity. So this can, quality. So this can be summed up to be quality because inclusivity, equity, they are all part of, or they are all factors of quality. So quality is really quite spread, and in terms of how we think about quality collectively here, will define how we allocate resources, will define how we process our curriculum and deliver that curriculum. So education really is a very people-centered goal, and from goal number 1 to 6, these are considered the people-centered goals out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, because when you think about ending poverty, I think we since moved from alleviation of poverty or reduction of poverty to ending poverty. How do you end poverty without an education? How do you ensure health of populations without an education? How do you ensure gender equity, for instance, which is goal number 5, without an education. So education really supports all this, enables all the 17 goals, but more specifically, it deals directly with the goals number 1 to 6. So quality education will provide or will respond directly to the needs of societies in various ways. So what are some of the paradoxes when that are associated with education and sustainable development? So we think about education for economic growth, and education has evolved. The quality of education, the lens at which we look at quality of education has evolved over the years. We thought at the industrial age, not our industrial age, but at the industrial age, because history teaches about industrial age. At the industrial age, we thought about education as being able to contribute to economic development. And the evolution thereof is that once we develop economy, we realize that there were deteriorating standards of living as people labored, as people worked in industries, without caring about safety, without caring about the human beings involved in this or associated with this. Then we came up now with the notion of education that is supposed to support socio-economic development. So the word social was added to actually reflect the feeling that human beings were working as machines, who were not catered for in terms of the education that we provide. So how do we provide an education that also responds to economic growth, not just economic growth, but also cares for the people, so the socio-economic development. Fast forward to 2015, we say this sustainable development. Where is the environment in all this? Because then it's not just about people and money, but it's also about the environment. We need to care for our future generations. And so then we think about education for sustainable development, which now combines economic development, or money if you would like to. It combines that with the social well-being of individuals in society, but it also caters for the environment. So the sustainable development wraps up all the three. So education for economic growth, which governments will care for, because the rest will be some of the activities that will engage in to be able to support that. So education for economic development, of course, comes with the challenges of ecological stress, while we've transitioned to sustainable development, so that you don't just do business, do social entrepreneurship, that think about people, think about the environment as you do this. So there is ecological stress that comes with economic development, and sustainable patterns of production and consumption, which is supposed to be goal number 12, 13, and goal number 12, I think, and sustainable consumption. And so all these are being wrapped up to see how do we do economic development and still fit within this. Of course, you've heard in different discourses where countries are saying, no, we are not supposed to be participating in climate change treaties, or that requires to cut down on carbon emissions and all this, on industrial gases, because we want to do something before then. We also want to develop, we want to reach somewhere. And in some discussions we are saying, is it just a transition for Africa? Where are we when all this is happening? So we are moving on with everyone else in the world, but are we at the same level in terms of development? So economic growth comes with ecological stress, and as principals, as schools, and in the new curriculum, you realize that there is a component that addresses issues to do with responsibility to the environment and others, though at different levels of concern. Then we are thinking about education as being an enabler, education as an equalizer, education as being able to give us opportunities to get out of poverty. And yes, by all means, this is intended to be. But then we do know that within education, we can actually reproduce inequalities. So how do we handle education in such a way that, yes, we are addressing the societal expectations, the UN expectations, and the global expectations of reducing poverty through education, but also by ensuring that education itself is equitable, does not produce exclusions, or does not perpetuate inequalities. So how have we structured our education systems to enable or to ensure that we have these, or the inequalities are addressed within the education systems before we even go to addressing the poverty? Because then poverty reduction requires that we all move as a team, one school producing the best outcomes, in a country does not necessarily contribute to the wealth of a nation, does not contribute to economic growth, does not contribute to overall poverty reduction. So a forum like this, which brings together all school heads, gives the perfect opportunity to see how do we work together, and we will be talking about how do we collaboratively then do this so that we can actually reduce qualities, inequalities within the education systems before we address the inequalities in societies. Then there is also the issue of globalization, which has affected education. It both spurs education, but it also affects education in certain ways, removing bureaucracies. That today you cannot plan how many teachers you will train because the neighboring country would be able to train and they will still come for employment. So the divisions that come with interconnectedness, still within that, how do we ensure that education actually contributes to interconnectedness of the world, but also benefits from the interconnectedness for the best of the benefits. So touching briefly on the 2030 agenda for SDGs, and this should be read together with the Vision 2063 of the AU on education, the KESSHA, which really also emphasizes the need for inclusivity, for quality, and addressing the quality of education aspect. So education again intermingles with all the Sustainable Development Goals up to goal number 17. Probably the partnership and the working together that brings us together here is goal number 17, which speaks to partnerships. But should it end with partnerships among the heads of schools? How do we extend these partnerships to also respond or to bring about the quality that we are seeking? So the Sustainable Development Goals are very universal. They apply to any country, developed, developing, or not developing, if you wish, those that are in the middle level. And we do know that education is at the center of human development. So the 3 indices of human development, which is health, or the life expectancy that is measured by health, incomes, they are all supposed to have a direct relation to education. So the universality of the Sustainable Development Goals allows us to rethink and also think about how do we make our education respond and produce a graduate, not just for the Kenyan economy, for instance, when we have challenges with the job market, but one who can still fit, who can still be able to apply the skills. And that's where the core competencies, which we call the transferable skills in other contexts, or the life skills, play a part in terms of shaping that student to be able to live, to be able to adapt to different challenges. If they do not get a job in the discipline that they so choose, what happens to them? So some of the skills that have been emphasized. So as heads here today, and as we plan to transition, we need to rethink how do we ensure that we do not just do business as usual, but know that the challenges that we face in the economic aspect, in the technological front, also have they have a direct impact in terms of the skills and the competencies we train. Some say that the skills we are training for today, never mind the pathways we've come up with in the new curricula, that the skills we are training for today might not even be necessary in the next 5 years because of the technological advancements. So once I train and my skill is rendered or it's taken out by the AI, what then should I do? So those are some of the things that we need to be thinking around, and the curriculum has already foreseen this and included some of the competencies that would enable the learners to be. But the question is, how do we deliver that? How do we deliver the skills that do not just rely on chalk and board, but which require lived-in experiences? And as school heads, what is our responsibility in terms of this? What's our responsibility in terms of ensuring that we leave no one behind, in the true sense of the school level, but also in the true sense of participating in the economic development? The interconnectedness and indivisibility of the globe today means that there are no skills that are limited to just your own borders. How do we then train for that interconnectedness? But how do we also ensure that we do not have silos within that? This is a forum that is able to summon the ministry with all its departments down here. And it's a forum that you would not replicate if you did it at individual level. So rethinking about the associations and the power the associations have in ensuring that there is harmony in terms of even the various levels of education requires that, or gives us that responsibility. So you have power sitting in this room when you can bring down the minister, the PS, all the departments, TSC, KICD, I believe, and all the departments of education here. It means that you have the power to actually drive the change you want. You have the power to speak to the quality that you want to do. You have the power to think inclusivity, to think quality across the board when you're seated here together, because I'm sure that we are all coming from different schools, we are heading different schools. There is competition, of course. Probably you're looking at the next principal and saying, how many points will I defeat you with in this year? But what if we put that aside for a moment and say this association is to bring everyone on board and to bring equality, that not to say that competition is not important, but to what level do we compete and to what level do we collaborate? Kenyans are known to be very competitive across sectors, within the sectors, and that always gives a challenge to researchers and to sharing of resources and to collaborating. But goal number 17 requires that we collaborate. And we collaborate from country to country, or we also can collaborate within our own level of education, within our own systems. We do have factors defining quality. Some of these are picked from literature. And as I said, we need to contextualize. When we think about language, we think about language in terms of, do we even have a problem with language in Kenya? We are accused to be very English. I think about 2 years ago, we were running workshops in different countries, Kenya, Tanzania, UK, and Brazil. And the researchers wanted to be quite innovative, and they said, well, we're going to run the workshop in Brazil in Portuguese. That's what will matter. That's what will communicate to the audience. We go to London, we do it in English. We go to Kenya and Tanzania, we do it in Kiswahili. Someone assumed and put it on the chat and say, Kenya and Tanzania, we do it in Kiswahili. How many of you have attended a workshop run in Kiswahili? An academic workshop, leave alone the community engagements, an academic workshop run in Kiswahili. Or how many would want to attend a workshop running in Kiswahili? So then I said, no, we'll run ours in English. And so, you know what that means? I don't have to elaborate, but probably the fact that we start with English has both the advantages of ensuring that we communicate, that we participate fully. I know that's not one of the areas that was critical in the 1961 conference of the ministers of education, just when we were all transitioning from colonialism. And the conference of the education ministers was, yeah, we need to be very African, we need to adopt our own language. But if we brought all the African ministers of education in one room, which language do you think they were speaking? Even when they were saying we do not need to. So you know how we ended up stuck with the language. But is it even a problem today with the globalization? Everyone is probably trying to get on a platform where you can share technologies, resources, innovations with one common language. So that's one, but I'm not an expert in language. I'm sure that some of you in this room could be, but there have been discussions in at what level should we actually be exposed to English language as a language of instruction, and if that is important in the first place, and how does that facilitate or hinder our ability to learn, especially at the lower levels of education. But being heads of schools from different regions, we have the variety, we have the diversity of language. What do you think happens when we all move to one language? Is it a positive? Is it not a positive? Not to answer that question today, but to think about how do we facilitate learning? Maybe we don't have a problem, and if we don't have a problem, as I said, we frame our problem, we frame our quality according to our context. So that may not be a problem, or it may be, depending on what the experts in language will say. We are all gathering here from different geographical areas. Kenya is many countries in one, if you ask, not to say that in political terms, but to look at it in terms of the landscape. Moving from the very urban areas to peri-urban areas to rural areas, agricultural rich areas, resource rich areas, if you say, marginalized areas, ASAL areas. So you have this whole landscape that is represented here. And we do know that this actually shapes access to resources. So how do we, all of us, come to the same understanding of what is needed to bring that child in an ASAL area to participate and to also compete at the same level with a child in Nairobi, for instance? I'm just giving those two extremes in terms of how do we ensure that none of this stands in the way. Language, religion. Religion, of course, impacts societal norms and attitudes. And we do know that even as we aggregate our access to education to mean that we are doing very well, this seems to sometimes obscures the realities in certain areas. So you might find that when we aggregate, you feel that you're doing well and you go, but is everyone doing well? Geographically, do we have the same access? Do we have the same access to resources? But also in terms of the economy, the economic investment in education, how much do we invest in education? So again, this forum gives you the voice to think about investment in education that will enable all the resources channeled for the right cause, channeled for that child who is preparing to lead the country in the next years, to lead the economic transformation of the country, but also to participate fully and be fulfilled in terms of livelihoods. Then there's also the history. We do sometimes say that history doesn't really matter. We are moving forward. We have technological advancements and all that. But history does actually provide context for current events, developing critical thinking skills, and fostering empathy and cultural awareness. But there's a problem with that. What's our history? Is it pure, or has it been distorted? So as researchers looking at it from that angle, not to bore you with that, but our history is really not really that pure. It is distorted, but nonetheless, do we have room to reconstruct or to deconstruct some of the issues that really distort the histories that define our context, that give us critical thinking? When we critically think, do we critically think about producing for the population, about responding to challenges of our society, or generally? So our education and the history that has been in some way distorted in some cases, that can be a whole presentation on its own, makes us think differently in terms of how do we actually respond to societal challenges. That we want to measure everything we do in relation, has it been done somewhere else? And if it has not been done in the West, then it probably is not something that we should want to do. But how do we move out of this? The politics, decision making, resource allocation. As I said, you have the power to influence the politics, the decisions in terms of resources, in terms of the resource allocations, because this is the very measure. These are the heart of responding to the challenges of quality education. So again, the forum here and the voice that you have collectively gives you that position to be able to influence the decisions, resource allocation, but only if you work together, only if we collaborate more than compete, and only if we actually aim to achieve something, but also if we research to know what really needs or what is needed at particular levels. Then we also know that there are social aspects affecting students' access to resources and all those. So those are just running through what is proven, what is known, but to think about how does this forum address some of these challenges that can define quality education and use them appropriately. What is required to achieve quality education? So obviously not to overemphasize, adequate resources and budget. I know there's a whole session coming up and usually I know this probably runs through all sessions that you do, adequate resources and budget. But I want us to think about, when we think about adequate resources, what exactly do we mean in our context? And I keep referring to our context in that we tend to use theories, we tend to assume that the resources required to provide an education in a certain context will be the same resources required in a certain context. We have had research in some contexts addressing the issue of resources, where the question is, how important is school in terms of learning? Do we have to be in school to learn? So a research by Coleman in 1990 in the UK, again quoting in contexts that are not our own, but we'll come to that, what should we do as a solution to our problem, sparked the money does not matter debate. So again, every policymaker or someone who is allocating resources would want to be, would be curious to know how that works, because I mean, that sounds good. Money does not matter in education. But in our context, is it the case? So what was the finding that led to this debate? It was that education, of course, there are many factors that define an education outcome. So the study looked at variables defining education outcomes. If we were to bring it to our context, you look at all the students who score A in KCSE, and then you follow how these students progress. Definitely they will do good courses at universities, they will get good jobs. But then looking at it backwards, he looked at, of course he was trying to look at the school and family and society as a whole, what really defines or what brings about education outcomes. Then from this going backwards, he landed at a finding that most of these students actually came from well-to-do families. I guess the results will not be different here if we apply the same methodology. So research and methodology actually gives you results that would be different if you applied a different methodology. So if we came here and we ran backwards, you realize that the students who go to best schools probably have better resources, have better resourced families. They go to academies, so they score an A and go to the national school. And from the national schools, they score better A's. Oh, sorry, I'll try to, I wasn't given the time, sorry. I'll try to rush through. So then, at the end of the day, you will now conclude and say, actually, it's just the families. If families are well-to-do, the outcome for education will do well. So then he said, probably it's not even about education and resources. But that's a discussion for another day. As here, we are trying to think about how then do we wrap that together. And the new curriculum tries to wrap that together and says, it's both what happens in school and what happens at home, what happens in society and what happens within the school context. And so money matters, of course, in our case, not to dissuade you from that, because then there are, of course, there are many studies that came later to dispute the theory and the methodology that was used to that. Then there's the issue of education leadership practices. I'm not even the best to talk about this because you are the leaders. I know that you do have better knowledge on this, but also the research and participation. So research has been colonized in such a case that it's not colonization as we know it, but colonized in terms of it's hoarded by a certain individuals, that we've done research as researchers at universal research institutions and excluded the implementers, excluded the society that actually is supposed to benefit from this research. So how is it that for us as teachers, and this is important to think about, because we are rethinking research, that research is not just about researching on schools. I come knock on your door and say, today I've come to talk to your teachers and your students about ABCD, and I go and publish and go away. How does it become part, because you actually do research, a lot of data that you hold would be very informative. So how do we team up together so that research is not for the few, but you actually participate as an association, as head teachers and as teachers, you participate in both designing the research questions based on your experiences and also benefiting directly from the findings of that. So again, those are some of the things. Curiosity. How curious are we in terms of how do we implement this? I know we have more curiosity in terms of how does this play. So our curiosity is to want to see how January looks like with the transition, but are we curious enough to want to know what really works? And that's where research comes in, so that then we are able to inform. So this is not a baby we can take back to the womb. And a lot of times they say that mtoto akizaliwa anakuja na sahani yake. So we are assuming that there are resources available for the CBE program. But have we thought about what if this plate doesn't actually arrive? What if the plate is not passed on to the secondary school level of education? So what do we do? In terms of, so the curiosity in terms of wanting to know how does this work, how do we mobilize resources, how do we collectively influence, but also we need data so that when we present this to the ministry, we know what it is that we want to do with the different pathways. So when you think about the different pathways, you are thinking about you're thinking about unit differentiated unit costs. Are we doing that? The current gives a flat rate for every student, but now we have different pathways. Are they going to be the same? Are they going to cost the same? And those are some of the areas to think about. So the slide on collaborative research is ideally to start thinking about research collaboratively, and I'm involved in 2 initiatives. The Action for Life Skills research in East Africa, which brings together researchers in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, trying to look at what is these life skills and how are they implemented. But also there is the new discussions around how do we enhance education research. Education has not been funded, education research has not been funded at the same level as other levels of research of education, and so we want to also enhance that, bring the collaborative nature, research on practice, try to understand and generate evidence, co-generate evidence, and this is where you come in. That we will be knocking on your doors this time, not to say we have come to collect data and we disappear, but we will actually be collecting this with you. We'll be designing questions with you, and these are still discussions in progress, and we hope that we'll actually have better data to inform our theories, to inform our thinking in terms of what is needed in education. So we want to decolonize education research in that sense, that it's not for a few, but also that all of us have the ability and responsibility. So I'll run through this because I'm told time is up, because these are some of the common knowledge that is available to us, that as a forum here, we need to think about instructional leadership in the new era, in an era where education is now not just for the teacher to deliver, but is supposed to be co-delivered, but supposed to be or supposed to be participatory with the learner, which puts the learner at the center. So how does that reflect in the instructional leadership as we know it? The teacher quality. Teacher quality, yes, teachers have been trained, they have degrees, they are in our school, so we think we are okay. But are we okay in terms of their ability to deliver, especially the new curriculum, which comes with its own pedagogy? A lot of what has changed in the new curriculum is the pedagogy aspect of it. Trying to think around and say, no, I'm not the owner of knowledge in this sense, but I'm also supposed to allow learners to participate in this. So the parent and community involvement, again, bringing together both the community and the schools together. This has already been designed within the curriculum to bring in parents' involvement, but how much of the involvement are we actually facilitating? And that leaves us, the school heads, to think about that. Effective instructional programs and orderly learning environment. So dimensions of quality education will reflect on quality of learners. It will be quality learning environments, quality content, quality processes, and quality outcomes next. So the quality of the learner, ideally, these are things that you know, so I will not be overemphasizing on that. What's the nutrition levels, quality nutrition? We want to think about the psychosocial development experiences of the learner. The learners are still developing. So which environments are we exposing them to, and which support systems do we have to be able to support them? Regular school attendance, family support for learning. So all these contribute to the quality of the learner. So what we call the entry behavior, sometimes you have some remedies to make at that level, that this learner may have come with all the baggage, maybe from the family level, but how do you ensure that they are still able to experience the same? Learning environments, we think about them in terms of physical environments and psychological environments. Things with class sizes, for example, in terms of physical elements. I know this is a challenge that, that is not easy to solve, considering that we do not have as many resources as we would like to have. And of course, the World Bank conflicting advice on whether class sizes actually matter. But in our new curriculum, it matters. How do we focus on the learner? How do we give the learner that support, individualized support, if the class sizes are big? So we need to think about interaction of the school infrastructure, what's available, and other quality dimensions, as well as how do we make our schools safe, and what's the school culture in terms of discipline and that. So we also need to think about the quality content, the local and national content. How do we decolonize content as well, so that we think nationally, we think about issues that are affecting us. And so that is something that we collectively need to work on. As researchers, as educationalists, as the implementers of this curriculum, how do we decolonize that content so that we allow or we give the skills that are necessary to be able to participate in our economies? Literacy, numeracy is something that we've talked about over time. The life skills and the core competencies, which I've already said that really complement the new curriculum in terms of ensuring that there is better school to work transition outcomes, be it employment or entrepreneurship, skills that will enable you to adapt to the changing technologies and economic environments, and so generally to be able to respond as a responsible citizen. All these are wrapped up in the core competencies. So the challenge is, as the head sitting here today as the association, how do we ensure that actually these skills get to be imparted? Because some of them are not just about classroom teaching, but they're about lived experiences within the school, within communities, and that brings us together with them for communities, that we cannot walk alone, especially when it comes to life skills and competencies. There has to be involvement of that. So of course the issue of the student-centered, that has been overemphasized in many forums. So how do we ensure that there is non-discriminatory? We've been accused of educating one child, like our curriculum, our teaching methodologies reflect as if we are teaching one person, but students have different needs. They have unique abilities, they have unique rights, but they have equal rights. So how do we ensure that all this is wrapped up in that big classroom, in the school, to be able to bring out that sometimes education, it tends to reproduce inequalities because we think about a learner as one, and we want them to get that A from one examination, but how does that reflect? Actually, society does not work like that. And the quality processes that involve systems inputs, including leadership, infrastructure, pupils, teacher ratios, curricular content, teacher training, especially on the CBE pedagogy. I'm wrapping up. So the quality, content, and process intersection has got me thinking, especially having looked at a publication on free to learn. This is more related to us thinking and treating all learners as if they are one, as if they have the same capabilities, but with the pathways now we tend to have a focus on solving that, but as our mindsets changed to start treating these learners as individuals, where someone has quipped that, and this is a reflection of what the learners are thinking about us. Of course, we have a new generation of learners who think differently about education and schooling. They say that teaching is too directive, parenting too protective and restrictive, and children do not learn naturally. It's not a natural environment for them to learn. They are too directed, they are too restricted, they are too protected, and they lose motivation to learn. So how do we now ensure that they actually have that space to be able to contribute, to be able to participate, and our new curriculum allows that space, but the level of opening up that space rests in this forum, that how do we think around opening up that space and still brings us back to education. So what? In all this, I don't have a conclusion, but just a reflection on there is value in collaboration. I cannot necessarily overemphasize that, but of course there is the collaboration in sharing of resources. Sharing of resources does not always mean money, but sometimes it's the knowledge that you have that your next door neighbor does not have. So this forum brings us together, and we should be able to be free to share resources, to share knowledge, and to learn from each other. Shared growth is possible rather than competition. There is competition, but which level? How do we regulate competition so that we still collaborate, we still share and lift each other as an association? There is power in carrying parents and communities along. I mean, all studies that either say it is the family and communities that reflect on your outcomes. Others say, no, it is the school that will shape that. But now our curriculum actually wants the best of both. So how do we ensure that we benefit from the best of both, that we carry communities and parents along, but also there is need for flexibility. New curriculum changes in any setting require flexibility. So unless we are flexible, we are open to changes, to adapting to new challenges, then we tend to implement, or we might actually end up implementing the curriculum like nothing changed. So how do we adapt? How do we change? How flexible are we to be able to adapt to the new challenges? So thank you.
After such a powerful presentation, I ask Mr. Choge, Chairman Nandi, to come and pass a vote of thanks. Karibu, Bwana Choge.
Yeah, I want to ride on the protocol already established. I'm Mr. Choge from Nandi County. I want to take this time to thank our presenter of today, the Associate Professor, Madam Jacqueline Nyerere. She has actually taken us through this topic very ably and very academically. It wasn't an easy one to follow, but we've captured a lot. Thank you, Madam. Thank you again. And we want to appreciate you in a very special way. And I think we need to clap the Nyayo style, the one that we know. We all grew up during that time. Let's clap 3 times for Madam for presenting this topic to us. We'll just go the Nyayo style. Let's clap. Thank you. Thank you. So I want to present a gift to Madam for the presentation. Karibu, Madam, for the session.
We are giving her an award for work well presented.
A better round of applause for the presenter. Thank you so much for that presentation. We are carrying on to the next, but before that, we want to, in a very special way, recognize the presence of Corporate Secretary General Akelo Misori. He's in the hall, Karibu. We also have Hesbon Olo, the Deputy Secretary General, Kenya National Union of Teachers. Among other guests who are here, we have some directors who are also present. We have the Regional Director, Central Province Director. You've been very patient with us. We don't take it for granted. Thank you so much. And other directors also were in the hall. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to request that we occupy the front seats. We move slightly forward. We are reserving very few seats today. Kindly. The hall looks like it is almost empty. Yeah, let's move slightly forward. Probably we leave maybe 2 rows, 2 rows in the covered seats. We leave 2 rows in the covered seats, 2 rows in the covered seats.
Companion handbook isn't just a book. It is your partner in navigating.
Those who are in the terraces, please, kindly and humbly. Now, as we do that, I want to ask Oxford to come forward and make a presentation. Oxford University Press. Oxford.
Good morning, principals. I want to take this opportunity. My name is Mike Omboro from Oxford University Press. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you for engaging with us throughout this KESSHA conference. We've really had most of you coming to our stand to engage with our products, and we thank you for that. We don't take it for granted. And today being the final day, we still encourage you to come over to our stand and see what we have to offer. There are books that had sold out and now they are in stock. So for those people who wanted to get the Test It and Fix It practicals, revision books, they are now available. You can come to our stand and get them. So today is a special day for us because as we move on to CBE and continue this partnership with you, we want to take this day as a day of special launch. I'll talk about the product that we are going to launch today and the features that it has that are going to be very beneficial to you as you move to CBE, Senior School 10. And the product that we are launching today is called the Teacher's Companion, but this one is specific to CBE grade 10, and it comes with some very good features on how to prepare and teach CBE, use of AI, because we are talking about the digital age, using the AI in lesson planning, how to give feedback to learners in the wake up of CBE, how to choose tips on teaching wellness for the teachers, strategies of handling different categories of learners, and most importantly, how to choose course books for use in CBE grade 10. Currently, KICD is going through the final corrections of the books that we submitted, and within no time we shall have books that we can come and show you and your HODs as samples in your schools. So we'll take that time to come then and be able to share that with you. So, as we are talking about the digital age, we are talking about downloading this particular Teacher's Companion through the QR code, whereby using your phone you can be able to download the book and also be able to share it with your HODs. We're talking about 84 pages of content. So this is going to be very critical as you prepare and as you get into the age of CBE. We shall share a video on how you download the QR code on your phone. There are some phones that have cameras that you go direct and you can be able to take a photo of the QR code and you're able to download. But now, this is how you download the QR code from the Play Store.
QR code scanning capabilities through their native camera apps or third-party QR code scanning apps. If your device doesn't have a built-in QR code scanner, you can download a QR code scanner app from your device's app store. Popular options include QR code scanner for Android and QR code reader for iOS. Launch the QR code scanner app on your device if you're using an external app. If you're using a device with a built-in scanner, open your camera app. Hold your device's camera over the QR code so that it fits within the viewfinder. Make sure the QR code is in focus and not obscured. The scanner app or built-in camera app will automatically detect the QR code. Once the QR code is successfully scanned, your device will typically display a notification or prompt you to visit a link. Your device's browser will open and direct you to the relevant web page with the digital learning activities.
So that's how you download the QR code, and then you're able to scan the QR code. So we have the Fathers of Nations guide, which is now available. It had sold out. So welcome to our stand to get copies. And this one, you'll be able to review the different themes. The language teachers will love this one. Next. Not forgetting, as we join the senior school, language will be critical, geography will be there, and social studies. So these are our products. Map reading, there was a very critical question that came out. Are our maps measured accordingly? Yes, our maps within the map reading book are the way they are supposed to be. So with the atlas, you can be able to use the map reading to be able to interpret the photographs and the maps. Then don't forget the 10th edition dictionary and our Kamusi, which comes with Methali. So a student can use our Kamusi even if they don't have a Methali Kamusi. So look out for this, put them in your letters if possible, and where you can, we are going to even have orientation. We shall come and partner with you during the orientation days in your schools. And just to say this, as we move to CBE, as Oxford, we are willing to partner with you. And where you find that you would want us to come and facilitate workshops, we can do that. Just come to our stand, let's discuss this further and see how we can bring together teachers so that we can be able to do this together. We've done it in primary school, and we are going to work with you when it comes to senior school. So we continue being your partners when it comes to workshops and products as Oxford. We still have the offers. You can come to our stand, and they are all well going, and we can deliver books to your school. So for those teachers who don't want to carry books to school, make sure you come to our stand and we shall plan how you get them. At this particular time, I'll invite the head of marketing, Daisy, who is going to take us through the launch of the most important product that we have this particular season of KESSHA, which is the Senior School Teachers Companion. Daisy.
Thank you so much, Mike. That is Michael. He's one of us from Nairobi County. I'm sure if a head teacher or a principal from Nairobi, you must have met him. So at this particular point, you've heard from Michael. We have a free gift. I'm sure you're going back to your schools and all your teachers will be wondering, Walimu, principal, umetuletea nini? So we have the Teacher's Companion. You have been downloading it throughout the whole week. And this is a perfect opportunity for those who haven't had an opportunity to look at it, to basically be able to download it. And we'd like to ask our able deputy chair, Bwana Elias, if you can just join us here at the front. Please let our team run a video.
Based education taking.
Please, yes, you can run the video so that teachers can get to know what's in that particular Teacher's Companion.
With the competency-based education taking roots, teachers are now the architects of transformative learning. Wondering what CBE is? Unsure about how to go about senior school? Introducing the Oxford Senior School Teachers Companion Handbook, your essential guide to designing engaging, learner-centered experiences for senior school, competency-based education and beyond. Packed with practical tools, real-world insights, and clear guidance, this book helps you unlock the power of competency-based education in your classroom via practical insights and invaluable tools directly addressing the challenges faced in school. Learn to design engaging learning experiences that truly empower your learners in senior school, making them active participants in their education. The Teacher's Companion Handbook isn't just a book. It is your partner in navigating CBE and senior school with confidence, enabling you to transform everyday teaching to vibrant learning experiences. Scan the QR code above and download your copy today to empower your learners, transform your teaching, and lead the CBE journey with confidence.
Thank you so much. Mwalimu siache nyuma. At this particular point, we'd like to ask if you can just stand up and join us in the launch of the Oxford Senior School Teachers Companion. Bwana Elias. Thank you so much. If you want to get the Teacher's Companion, please visit our stand, go to our website. Any opportunity you have, please come. Let us give you this free resource so that we can all work together in this CBE journey. Asanteni sana from Oxford.
A round of applause for Oxford University Press. Thank you so much, Oxford. We are asking our colleagues in the tent, to join us in the main hall as we move towards the tail end of this program. As we prepare for the next presentation by our unions, I want to ask Kenya Cultural Center. Kenya Cultural Center Association, briefly please. 2 minutes, and 1 minute is almost gone. Meanwhile, the next presentation, Madeda, get ready.
Honorable principals, good morning. My name is Divine Wandera. I am the Secretary General for Kenya Cultural Center Association of Artists. I'm here with our Vice Chair, Mr. Danny Njenga, and we believe teachers are a source of civilization in this country. And teachers are the architects of all professions that we have in this country, like our profession. At the Kenya Cultural Center Association of Artists, it's a conglomeration of theater producers, theater groups that you have seen in your schools coming for presentation of school set books. I want to say something within a minute about our organization. Books that you did in your school, during your school time, like Betrayal in the City, Government Inspector, Coming to Birth, all those books that were there at that time, you had someone coming to your school to help in the teaching of those books, like the practical side of this. Right now, we've got these groups that have now professionalized this work. And in 2018, we chose for a purpose that this industry is very vital to all of us, to the education sector, to everyone, that we decided now the team had to be regulated. Kenya Cultural Center Association of Artists came into place to regulate the whole industry. And as we speak right now, we've got so many teams that are now regulated. We are now looking at things in terms of quality assurance, code of conduct, and ethics. We have partnered with the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association during our capacity building workshops, just to ensure that our members comply to every rule and every regulations that pertain to this industry. We are basically in this industry to offer value that is beyond what we used to have at that time. And as we speak right now, we have been having capacity building workshops with officers from Teacher Service Commission, from the Ministry of Education, from Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association, and from universities like the University of Nairobi and Kenyatta University, just to ensure that our members comply to everything. And whatever comes to the schools is quality work, only quality work. We know and we believe, like in any other industry, there are people that maybe are not part of such organizations. But the good thing of partnering with people like us, which we ask you to partner with us and to support us, to ensure quality, compliance, code of conduct, and ethics. The reason is this. You as heads of institutions, you always work with the teachers who are registered with the TAC for a reason. Because they are trained, they're well trained, and in case of any eventuality, you can always come back and trace us back, ask us for accountability. We are the regulator of this industry. And that is why we have been asking, and we're still asking, and thanking you as you're working with us, to ensure that you hire these teams that have complied with us. And these teams are always gazetted once in a year. Like this year, we gazetted on the 14th of January. And right now, as we speak right now, we ask you, they'll come to you with letters from us. They'll come to you with letters from Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Associations. These are the people to work with. So that we can ensure whatever content is being consumed is content that is appropriate. Just like any other industry, we are an industry that has employed thousands of talented young people. Most of the Gen Zs who are talented, we are the ones who have employed them. And the biggest employer of talented youth in this country. We are also the biggest employer of those graduates from theater arts education from the campuses. And we are the people that are going to employ also all that will graduate from the CBE curriculum in this country. This industry, we ask you to help us to grow it. and we ask you to work with professionals. We don't want to hear mistakes here and there. We are fully responsible for our members. And I can assure you one thing, working with us and working with our people, you'll always get the kind of quality that's required for the work that will be in those schools. Remember, as I finish, that we take it to our heart so seriously because we bridge the gap between the normal way of teaching and the theater education way of teaching, whereby we have the practical side of the languages sector. Those books that you used to watch, real characters on stage. If it is a character that has been described in the book, you will see the real characters on stage and quality work for that matter. As we conclude, we believe you are essential partners that we need to work with and that we have been working with. And we thank you so much for always according our members an opportunity to work with you. We have had stories and good reports coming to us of the work that has been done in the field. And that's why we are so proud of you. And we came here for a purpose, to congratulate you and to tell you exactly the kind of feedback you're getting from the ground. This work is essential. This work is relevant. And we are highly recommended by Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, KESSHA, and even the publishers in this country, and even the authors. So our work encompasses a lot of work that goes into it. Before we come to the schools, before our members come to the schools, we have done quality work. We have done the workshops. We have ensured that your information is inputted there. We have ensured that information from Teacher Service Commission on Code of Conduct and Ethics is enshrined in whatever you are doing. We have ensured that the kind of quality that comes to you is quality that is approved by the Ministry of Education, Department of Quality Assurance and Standards. And they have always sent us representatives to teach us in that field. So we thank you so much. And as you go home, just keep in your mind, a letter will be circulated of a list of members that have complied. Try as much as possible to work with those people. If there is any complaint, kindly reach out to us. I'm the SG, and we have been doing this work all along, and we are fully responsible for our members. I can guarantee you that. In case you hear of anything, you have got any compliment or any complaint, or you want to find a certain group, you can always reach out to us. In case there is anything that has happened anywhere in this country, trust me, we can get to our people, and we can ensure that service and justice is done in whatever manner of incident that we might have. So we thank you so much, and we are hoping that we shall be hearing from you anytime soon. We shall share the list with your management. The chairman, Mr. Kuria, has been so instrumental in whatever you are doing, and we will circulate that list also, working with the county directors and sub-county directors. Asanteni sana, na Mungu awabariki sana. Thank you.
Can we clap for them? Thank you. As the discussions in the next session move forward, we are requesting for a hit as we rise up. Let us stand up, a small hit. DJ, kawimbo kadogo kakufu. DJ, are we there? Meanwhile, we want to acknowledge the presence of the Regional Director Nairobi, who is with us in the hall. Asante, Director, for being with us. Let us be upstanding as we stretch preparation for the next session. DJ, go on. Meanwhile, Mr. Madeda, the chairman, Coast Region, should be moving forward also with your team.
Taxi driver nikomboreshe gari niende Nakuru nikamoneana aliniandikia nifike Jumamosi nami sitaki kuivunja promisi. Taxi driver nikomboleshe gari niende Nakuru nikamoneana aliniandikia nifike Jumamosi
sioni tukicheza
nami sitaki kuivunja promisi.
Salimia mtu, mwambie ni siku ya mwisho, tufurahie. Say hi to someone. Mpe high five. Alafu nione katwisti kidogo kidogo, katwisti. Jiachilie, jiachilie. 1, 2,
tuliondoka na yule dereva, tulipofika kule Naivasha, gari letu lilipata panchari, hivyo ikawa lazima
umesalimia mwingine.
Chelewa.
Salimia huyo mwingine ako nyuma yako, mwambie karibu na mwisho ndio huu sasa. Thank you very much. Let's continue.
Thank you. Back to our VC.
We'll ask that the Secretary General Kupet move forward. Deputy Secretary General, Kenya National Union of Teachers, forward. The official who is representing KUSNET, also forward. Meanwhile, Oxford, come forward for your award. Oxford, you've just been here. Oxford. Chairman, karibu. Oxford, you left the hall. The next session chair is Mr. Madeda Douglas, Chairman, Coast Region, to take us through the next session. Mr. Madeda.
Thank you so much, our VC, Dr. Elias, thank you. Our education officers present, all dignitaries in this house, my fellow managers wa masuala ya katikati, yani center managers, na mwezi ujao washukiwa wenzangu, mabibi na mabwana, na wasalimu, hamjambo. Salamu alaikum. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Are you with us? Okay. Okay. Thank you. I've been asked again to take a short break so that the Oxford can be given their presentation. Okay. We shall be multitasking. Thank you, madam, for coming around. That's just in recognition for your brilliant. Tumpige makofi mwanadada huyu. Hawa ni Gen Z who are taking up the stage. Thank you. Now, thank you. Colleagues, we're coming to the tail end of our meet here at Mombasa. It's the last but not least. And before us, we're going to have a presentation by our union. These are our voices for the voiceless. The voices for us, the unspoken heroes back at our dens, back at our quarters. We are the candle that burn in order to light the room, to light the others. And as they do the presentation, you at the back there, you can be writing your question. We shall find out from the presenter whether they can shoot the question, whether you can shoot a question verbally, or they would like it to be noted down. Of course, members, as the unionists, position themselves to talk to us. It is not lost in our mind, those of us who are of the yesteryears, that we've come from far. We remember them days back in 1997, our brother Ambrose Adongo, Triple A, the Ndombolo dance, how we danced those days, and we've never looked back again. So the unionists come forward. I think we at the back, we shall be asking ourselves, have we improved from the days of 1997, or are we taking a nosedive? I think those are some of the things that, among others, that they'll be wanting to digest. So we expect in our program here, we're going to have the following unionists. We have our KUPPET, led by our Secretary General, naona ameshaka kidete, none other than our brother Misori. Then we have Nat. I'm seeing my brother there, already seated. Then there's the last kid on the block, Kusnet. Kusnet, I don't know whether we have anybody representing the Kusnet. Oh, okay. And then we also have Kusnet. So we have already the three of them on the dais. And to take us through this very important session is none other than our polished, seasoned presenter, maybe allow me to call him news anchor, our brother Mtalaki, who will be taking us through that session. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, Bwana Mtalaki. Kijana wetu from Royal Media Service. Karibu sana, Bwana Mtalaki. I don't know whether you want to do it from here or from there. Okay. And with that bit, it's therefore my single and humble pleasure to hand over the session then to Mtalaki, who will then run the show. Asanteni. Majina ni Madeda Douglas Mkongo, kofi langu moja. Thank you, barikiweni.
Asante sana. Good morning, principals and heads of institution. Habari ya asubuhi. Karibuni sana Mombasa. And as you've heard, my name is Francis Mtalaki. I work with Citizen TV, and today I'll be your moderator. Na tutakuwa tunachemwana na hawa mabwana. It's a good session. Karibuni sana. And if you check in your programs, you'll find that the program is well guided. That we'll be looking at teachers' unions and education, as well as focusing on matters to do with financing, and our unions will be looking at how the voices in the budget allocation. So karibuni sana, and kwa sababu naona pia muda umeenda sana, singetaka kuweka sana, ningependa labda kusonga karibu na nyinyi ndio tuweze kufanya kazi kwa urahisi. And I will really ask some housekeeping. If you can be short, precise to the point, I think we'll have to cover much, given that we only have one and a half of an hour. Karibu sana Kelo Misori ndugu, karibu kaka kutoka Kusnet, na pia Nat. And to start off with, I would want us to talk about the just concluded, the budget was read just last week. So I'd want to pick your points in terms of the education sector, which was allocated around 700 plus billion shillings. By the look of things, it looks big, but on the ground, is it enough in terms of the allocation and financing, for that matter, in terms of the education sector? You're the senior most, Bwana Kelo Misori, so I'll give you the first opportunity to do this.
Thank you so much. Let me say that from the onset that the allocation to the Ministry of Education and to teachers and to schools is not enough. And it is also showing us that we are not doing much as a nation to prioritize education, because we are in crisis, we are undertaking a transition, and education is not a cheap affair. And you realize that with the increment of about 7% of the budget, education budget did not include, among other things, examination, which is the backbone of our assessment modes of our education. Capitation of funds to schools still remain a challenge. That money which is allocated to schools does not reach the schools as required. Secondly, when you see even anger in the streets among the youth, because we still have majority of the teachers who are trained, qualified to implement the curriculum in our schools still on the streets. Some of them are now going to centers like construction sites, tea picking units, fishing, and therefore when they are finally enlisted to work, they are also not properly paid. Even as we talk, unless, until last week, before we threatened that we are going to down tools, we had not been invited to go and discuss improvement of salaries for teachers. We have a backlog of about 100,000 teachers who are yet to be employed. So that budget ought to have gone beyond 1 trillion for the management of education in this country. Thank you.
And as we pick from there, maybe my friend from NAT, given to what Akelo Misori has said, and looking at the recent trends that have been there, the Education CS also recently pronounced itself that parents or guardians are not allowed to add more levies, given that the judiciary also pronounced itself. Where you sit, looking at the budget, there was only 1.7 billion shillings that has been allocated for infrastructure across the country. Is this realistic? Because they want to hear from you.
Thank you. My name is Hesbon Otieno, the Deputy Secretary General, Kenya National Union of Teachers. I realize that the moderators do not get my name and the name of the KUSNET Secretary General. So we need to introduce ourselves. Akelo is well known as the SG. So I am the Deputy Secretary General, and it is Otieno, not Alo. Alo is done. So I'll take this opportunity to honor the leadership of KESHA for inviting us to be part of this panel, and also to say that the Secretary General would have wished to be here, but he has sent his apology. Together with me, I have a big, strong leadership of KNUT from the coastal region. You can arise so that you can be seen. Wave to the crowds. We are happy that you've come to be together with us. As a union, the Kenya National Union of Teachers is the mother union, just like the introduction said. When we talk about Ambrose Adea Dongo, that is the time when he was our Secretary General. I was a small member of the union. Our first aim and objective is to bring together and to unite teachers of all grades and qualifications in Kenya. So we are here because you principals belong to us also, by extension, even as you are members also of KUPET. So we care for your welfare. Having said that, I'll want to go straight to our interest in quality education and say that as Kenya National Union of Teachers, we are a professional body because we are professionals, we are teachers, so anything that goes into the basket of teaching is our concern. I want to talk about, first of all, the first item that you talked about, the allocation of 758 billion in education sector. It captured 28% of the national budget, and globally it is expected that the education should be given 30%. So Kenya being at 28%, we are not very badly off compared to the global average. And so we should say that we are trying as a nation, though it can never be enough. Just like my brother has said, it can never be enough because education is the backbone of the country. And if you look at even the transition that you are making to competency-based education, there is a lot that is required to put in place to ensure the success. More so when we are having the transition to senior school, where we are going to have grade 10 next year. A lot of preparation need to be made at the senior school, and so the monies can never be enough. And that is why, yes, the court pronounced itself about the charging of the other levies, the extra levies without the engagement of the Ministry of Education. The pronouncement of the court has never been a new thing. It is actually what is working. It has always been working. That whenever the Board of Management and the Parents Teachers Association agree in a school to have some extra funding, normally once it is passed, it is taken to the Education Board, and then the Education Board escalates it to the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Education normally gives a go-ahead to this kind of charging. So the procedure that the court pronounced itself is not a new procedure, it is a procedure that we are well known. With the allocation of 1.7 billion for development in the ministry, for development of infrastructure, it can never be enough, considering that we have a very serious transition to accommodate competence-based education. With the 3 pathways that our schools are going to have, we'll have almost every school is going to have students who are taking the STEM pathway. Then I think it is at 60%, and then we have at 15% for the pathway of social sciences, and sports sciences maybe at 15%. For schools to be prepared for all this, we need to have enough resources to ensure that that succeeds. And not adding also to what my brother has said, adding quality teachers who are ready to go and handle the same. So I think it is something that it is still, we should still discuss and say, the funding that is being given is not very adequate. Thank you.
Asante sana, Bwana Hezbon. And now to the new kid on the block, Bwana James Torop.
Hello?
Sorry for that. To Bwana James Torome, I think I would want you to focus on solution-based in terms of what we are discussing in our first topic. And they've talked about capitation, which is coming at a slow rate, and also transition to senior school. How best can this be achieved? Cooperation between the government and the unions and the managers in our schools.
Thank you very much for the organizers of this conference today. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Au mnataka kwenda nyumbani? Okay, thank you for the question which you have directed to coordinate. This is James Torome, the General Secretary. We are saying everything stops at the members of parliament. It is important to note that when the budget is prepared, they are the ones who are supposed to allocate enough money in the Ministry of Education. But now it is ridiculous. They sit in those committees, they pass those budgets, then they demand higher and bigger things from the ministry and from Teacher Service Commission. On our side, for the special needs, whichever allocation is given to the normal in quotes for SNE, they need a top-up of that. And what they allocated this time, we see the transition to grade 9. Things will not work the way they are supposed to work. Thank you.
Asante sana. And to my brother here, moving to the next topic, Bwana Hezbon. There's this issue about the funding model. It has been in existence for more than 10 years. And most of the teachers, when you talk with them here, they'll tell you it needs some adjustment. Inflation has gone up for around 40 to 45%. From the union side, what are you doing to make sure that there's a change in terms of the funding model?
Yeah, before we come to ourselves as a union to ask ourselves what are we doing, it is common knowledge that the 22,000 that the students at secondary school level were being given in 2015, I think the 22,000 per student was to provide education by then. So even before we go to what are we doing, the government should be wary of the time value for money. that 22,000 shillings in 2015 is not 22,000 shillings in 2025. That is one thing. Then secondly, as we ventured into the year 2020, the funding was reduced from 22,000 and the secondary schools were being given 15,000, if I'm not wrong. And that reduction itself has made many of our schools to get into debts that are unpayable. Because first of all, you have a cut in the capitation and the time value for money. So we as a union are coming up, and I'm happy, and my brother Kelo knows, that we are within the global setting under the global umbrella of what we call Education International, where we have a very serious campaign throughout globally for the governments for the governments to provide a free basic education on what we call Go Public Fund Education. So we are still telling our governments that funding education is not a choice, it is compulsory. And the government must always put its priority to ensure that the funds that go to the schools are adequate to provide quality teachers, quality environment, and quality tools to work in the schools. So if that is not provided, as unions, we cannot be comfortable. We know the stress that our principals and heads of institutions are undergoing to ensure that our schools are running on a daily basis. It is in the public domain that most of our principals and heads of institutions are visiting wellness centers because of the stress they undergo. Two, some of them, when they see their creditors coming to school to demand for money, they cannot comfortably sit in those schools and ensure management of quality education. So the government has no shortcut. They have just to provide money to ensure that these debts are paid. To add salt to injury, despite the fact that they have reduced the capitation from 22,000 to 15,000 per student, and also not considering time value for money, they have never released these monies in full in every fiscal or financial year. There has always been a balance, and I know the principals here know that they have balances that have not been cleared by the government from 2020 during the COVID time. And they are running these schools with a lot of stress because of that. Do you think as a union we can be comfortable? We have talked this to the Ministry of Education. The former minister was there. The current minister who is here. It is something that we always petition as unions to ensure that there is adequate allocation of money to the schools. But are our pleas falling into the deaf ears? Do they need that we take further action so that they can see that we are serious about this matter? Yes.
Thank you so much. And same question. And I understand KUPPET has been pushing to have the new CBA negotiations to begin so that teachers generally in the teaching profession can benefit more because the other CBA has already lapsed. And from your end, how best can we unlock this issue of funding model, because it's a burden? He says since 2020 they are pending bills.
We don't have a choice. It is priority, it is priority, it is priority. What we require from our colleagues, the principals, is partnership, a strong partnership, so that we add the voice to what the unions are doing. What we expect our schools and our principals to give us in real time is basically to give feedback, give us the data that this is what is happening, so that we can make the necessary noise. Secondly, it is partnership with, like what my brother has said, Parliament is key. They must now come out, and we would wish that our principals and our schools talk directly to their elected representatives, because these are the people who are sitting on the issues related to allocation of funds to fund education. We have no option, because education is the main driver of every sector of the economy. One very sad situation is that the ministry is aware that currently we have over 10,000 students who have either dropped out of schools or who have suspended learning because funding model. The funding model is unrealistic because it has categorized students haphazardly, because the tool which is being used to categorize students in terms of their location, their livelihoods, is not a correct tool to be used. It has never succeeded anywhere. And therefore, that using, we call it using our students as guinea pig in terms of how to finance education is something which is not working. And in my view, I think it is now high time for us to make sufficient noise. Coming back to capitation, because this is what is there. Education is a right and it's compulsory. Somebody must be able to pay for it. And in the event that the government feels that they cannot sustain the model that was chosen in terms of capitation, then they need just to legislate again. Get back to Parliament, let us pass this burden to parents. Because we don't need to have litigations to stop schools from charging funds, yet the ministry is making policies which are not working. If the disbursement are not going to schools, and we have to sustain boarding schools, for example, who is going to pay for the extra space when schools have been asked to admit more students than their capacity? Who is going to pay for the extra teachers if the students in a school require that they be taught by 60 teachers? Why must we not just hit the real nail on the head and say that this is what we have, this one cannot be sustained, and therefore this one must be given to private sector? You know, the model that we are pursuing in Kenya is encouraging privatization of schools. We are compelled to go private by government policy of not sustaining the disbursement, by using this funding model, by using unsustained capitation model. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Banakelo. And then moving to maybe from where you sit, you did mention that members of parliament are one of the standing blocks. Are there any factors that are contributing to this from where you sit? Your colleagues also have alluded to how best we can collaborate, work together, team effort to have this issue of funding model resolved.
Okay, thank you very much. On that area, we talk of education stakeholders, and education stakeholders are so many. But the teacher is the owner of the stake. The parent is the owner of the stake. The child is the owner of the stake. But the main stakeholder, who is a teacher, have been kept away. And this is where the problem is. Because how can the Ministry of Education plan for seminars and workshops, but they can be able to fly to Kisumu, they can be able to fly to Mombasa, but the teachers who are attending even those seminars, their reimbursement is a problem. And even to make the matter worse, the per diem, as per the Salary and Remuneration Commission, is not met. You attend a seminar in Mombasa for a week, it takes a year for you even to get that refund. So we are asking, when they are planning all these things from the ministry and the Teacher Service Commission, before actualizing, make sure the money is in the account before you send that circular out. Thank you.
Asante sana. I'll stick to you again as we move to our next point, which I would want us to focus on retooling of teachers. It's one of the issues that has been largely discussed. How best can we do this? We have a challenge of inadequate funds. From where you sit and since you represent KUSNEP, how best can this be achieved in terms of retooling teachers as we implement the new education curriculum?
So as I've said earlier, the best thing is proper planning and early planning. Inform the teachers in advance. Make all the arrangements. Make the TOT for training in advance before you come to the teachers. Make sure that you also do a survey of where teachers can meet. Because sometimes you get the venue which are placed for these seminars and workshops to take place. You can drive or walk the whole day. So by the time you are arriving to the workshop, the seminar or the workshop have already been closed. So it is early preparation, notification, and not at night. Thank you.
Asante, not at night, yeah? To Bwana Akelome, sorry, same question, but also kindly include in terms of the government has been pushing to have more teachers, unions have been pushing to have more teachers, and now the issue of retooling of our teachers in schools. What are you pushing? What are your proposals to have this matter tackled well?
I repeat what my brother has said, that we have no choice, but we have to have early planning. The planning department of the Ministry of Education Teacher Service Commission must be proactive to ensure that all the arrangements are made in time. Like now, there was a declaration here that the retooling of those who are going to receive grade 10 will start in August. The period is too short. How I wish that we also leverage on technology to ensure that by the time we reach January, all the teachers have had a taste through the content of what they are going to handle in the year 2026. Secondly, more budgetary allocation must be put in this area because we expect too much from teachers when there is very little input by government and the Ministry of Education. They must ensure that they invest in the preparation of the teacher. I hope when Professor Nyerere was presenting here, she talked about the elements of quality education. And she talked about the teacher as that one who is well prepared. You cannot talk about quality when the teacher's preparation is not given emphasis. When the teacher numbers is also not addressed, because we also have the teacher-pupil ratio which will guarantee quality. Where in the 21st century, we must be aware that we are competing in the league with the nations which are fast growing and are doing things for themselves. If we want our nation to do things for itself, then we must invest in our teachers and our education. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Bwana. I'm sorry, and back to you again. And in terms of retooling of these teachers, from the challenges that have been mentioned here, and what is the position of NAT? And two, how best can we solve this with the shortest time possible?
Thank you. I should first of all say that teacher professional development is the work of the Teacher Service Commission. It is their duty to develop the teachers, and this includes retooling. When I look at the budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Education every other time, like now, there is an allocation of 1 billion shillings that goes towards teacher professional development. So the Teacher Service Commission should plan itself to ensure that they develop the teachers by the funds that have been allocated to them. We have situations where the teachers have been, the Teacher Service Commission has been pushing the teachers to pay for their own professional development. In that one, we are saying teachers who are being developed or being retooled should be paid for by the employer. And there is no shortcut about that because there is allocation for that. And it should be well programmed and well designed. And it should not be time wasting. It should be utilized in such a way that there is minimal movement of the teacher, minimal time. We can use the technology, information technology that we have in order to have these teachers developed. And these very long courses that the teachers are being given and these teachers are professional should also be looked into, so that retooling should be geared towards the most necessary areas that are needed, considering now that we are transiting to competence-based education, which is going to grade 10 next year. We expect that the teachers who are now going to handle the grade 10, the retooling is ongoing, so that we do not have a situation whereby there is inadequacy in terms of the development of the same. Two, our teacher training colleges now are graduating teachers with the competency-based education knowledge at diploma level. We should look at a way in which this can be utilized and they do not go to waste, because a lot of resources have been used to develop those teachers to handle competence-based education. So that is another thing that should be looked into, and that comes into the point that my brother is talking about, shortages of teachers in the classroom while we have adequacy of teachers outside the classroom. We should look at a way in which we can bring up these teachers so that they can work in the classroom. Thirdly, these teachers also take time to develop themselves. Some of them entered services at diploma level, and they have taken time to develop themselves using their own resources. It is a good motivation factor that if a teacher has developed himself, then the employer recognizes that development in terms of even promotion, in terms of even giving incremental credits and those kind of things. It will motivate the teachers in terms of their personal development. So, and then also the identification of the universities that are handling the matters of professional development and retooling. We should have universities that have good programs that are geared towards developing the teachers on education matters. So we should be very careful to know which universities have the capacity to develop the teachers, not any other university.
Bwana Akelo, from what you say, are we staring at a crisis come next year when grade 10 will be coming in?
It is true that even when you are asking the question, there is already a crisis. We are coming from a crisis to another bigger one. Because already, as we talk, a lot of emphasis has been made so that we build classrooms in our primary schools to accommodate grade 9. That period would have been used to prepare teachers for grade 10, because there were already spaces in high school which were supposed to be used to accommodate the same. The crisis is there. What we need to do, just like the other cabinet secretary said, that the train had left the station and therefore we need to fix. When people are coughing in that train, bring nurses and doctors to fix it. The persons to fix the crisis are the teachers. And now the focus should be directed to the development of the capacity of the teacher, and also to ensure that we fix the facilities which are necessary for the deployment of pathways in the schools which are going to be there. I know there are schools which have been granted opportunity to have all the pathways, but the teachers there are not prepared to start those pathways in schools. One such area is in the area of arts and sports. Arts and sports, for a long time before, primary schools and diploma colleges were preparing teachers for physical education and the rest. Universities were producing very few number of physical education. Now, when sports become very important in the life of learners, we have to rely heavily on those people who imagine that they know sports, but they are not teachers. And according to regulation, the regulation is such that teachers are the ones to handle students. We don't expect foreigners or those outsiders who do not have the pedagogical skills to handle our learners to be part of the school system. So that one is an area which is now a gray area. Yet many learners feel that they will be part and parcel of the current system when sports is given emphasis. But most schools do not have the requisite competencies to offer sports as an area which is supposed to support our curriculum. So that is a real crisis. And that is the reason for which we are saying that the time which is given should be used very carefully, and we must also invest aggressively. That is the reason for which we as unions must have a very brisk relationship with the KESSHA, the main implementers of our curriculum in our schools. But we must also have a relationship with our members of parliament, who are supposed to give resources and allocate appropriately resources to manage, to finance education. Because if we don't do that, then we are going to sit on a terrible time bomb, which will explode sometime, not in the distant future, but in the near future in our schools.
Asante sana. Wana James, looking at what your colleagues have mentioned, and you are a kid in the block, are you feeling the pressure and also the crisis that they have mentioned, and also how best can we try to reverse what we've lost?
Okay, the crisis is much deeper than that. For example, Kenya Institute of Special Education, that is KESSHA, have been offering diploma for the SNE teacher. And the majority of the teachers who have been undertaking diploma were the former P1, P2 certificate holders. And now our teacher training colleges are offering diploma. Will they now go again to KESSHA and take another diploma? We have talked with the ministry and KESSHA, and we are proposing KESSHA now to offer higher national diploma, which to take at least 1 or 1.5 years. So in that area, if the government will not move with the speed, the crisis will be too much. At this juncture, expansion, restructure of infrastructure in our institution is still not taking off. This is also now to bring to attention to the delegates who are seated here. We have a scholarship program for SNE learners. Full scholarship. But it is sad to report today that out of 1,700, the Ministry of Education was only able to absorb 167 for both secondary and junior secondary school. So everything now stop with the cabinet secretary, the PS, and the Teacher Service Commission, and to bring the real stakeholders closer so that we move together. As long as you keep on pushing, the real stakeholder, we are many, but the real stakeholder here is the teacher. The publishers are also stakeholders. The whole 2-3 hours I've been here, I have not heard anything they are mentioning about material for SNE. These ones have been others. So come close to us and know what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, I did promise you, Bana Kelo Misori, that I'll come back in terms of the CBA. So this is the moment. Unpack for us. What are you pushing for in this new year? I'm sure our school heads would want to understand.
Thank you so much. In the new CBA, and which we hope the Teacher Service Commission will open up on 2nd of next month, we are pushing for an increment of between 50% to 100% on basic pay. And that means that those who are highly paid are supposed to be granted 50% pay rise, and those who are lowly paid 100%. On commute allowance, because this is an area which has been neglected for a long time, despite the fact that fuel prices have gone high, we expect an increment between 200 and 250%. We also expect an increment of harmonizing house allowance, because our counties have now become similar. So we harmonize house allowance, and house allowance, that means that the house allowance being earned in Nairobi should be earned throughout the whole country. That is what will make house allowance significant, and then increase it by 20%. We are also pushing for the expansion of hardship areas. I think this is something which we talked about during the opening ceremony. The expansion of hardship areas, and even make Nairobi also a hardship area. Why do we say Nairobi should be a hardship area? If, for example, you are a teacher at Kenya High, no teacher, including the principal, can pay house allowance around that neighborhood. And it is hard in the sense that if you have to teach also there, then you must come from as far as Githurai, and you have to hire a taxi to reach the school. And that's why it is important to note that there are some hardship areas which some people think are not hard as such. Then we also expect an increment in terms of we call it, not an increment, but introducing of risk allowance, hazardous allowances for those people who are teaching sciences and work in the workshops, and also an increment in terms of, we call it commuter, hazardous allowance, risk allowance for those who are working in areas which are prone to banditry and terror attacks and so on. So we have got a whole host, but I may not include all of them because it will be negotiating in bad faith. We want to unveil everything, and we will publish everything to our members to see before Tuesday.
I think from Hesbon, anything to add?
Not to add, to talk about our proposal as KNUT. Yeah, because we also have a proposal, and the Teacher Service Commission has invited us to sit with them on 1st of July, so that 1st of July, so that we can have a transitional CBA, taking over from the CBA that is elapsing on 30th of June. Our proposal, having looked at the economy of the country, the consumer price index, and every other thing, we have said that it is good if we project the growth that is projected at around 30% every year for the next 4 years, that we have basic salary increment of 60%. And the way we had it, remember when I started, I said I thanked the principals here for inviting us, because our aim and objective as a union is to represent all teachers of all qualifications and grade in Kenya, including the principals. So in our proposal demand, we have not demarcated it in any area. We have said that if any teacher, including the teachers of special need education, that any teacher to be able to survive and teach in Kenya currently with the current economic situations that we have, then 60% would be ideal. And we said commensurate to the same, all the allowances also be affected by 30%. And we are also very particular. The other day there was a very serious debate about some areas being degazetted as hardship area. We said that no area should be removed from being a hardship area, because hardship is not only defined the way it was defined then when they were gazetting them as hardship area. We should also look at what other dynamics have come up today that can still qualify a place to be considered a hardship area. So it is a discussion that should not just be wish-washed away. And we also say that those teachers who are in those areas should enjoy hardship allowance. We also came up with the issue of it is the government that gazetted cities. And today we do not have Nairobi City only and Mombasa City. We have Nakuru as a city, we have Kisumu as a city, we have Eldoret as a city. And so the treatment that is being given to cities should be the same throughout the country. Provided you are a city, let you be considered as a city. And the rest of the places, let them be looked at as municipalities. Let us not have other names. So we should only have those categories so that they enjoy the same in terms of hardship and that is hardship area, and in terms of even the allowances that people receive working in those areas, even including house allowance and the rest. Then we also said nowadays, unlike before, there are rates of sicknesses. Our teachers are getting sick. Some of them are hazards in their working places. I talked about the stresses that our principals and heads of institutions are undergoing. And so having a change in the way they give the sick leaves should now change. That we should have 6 months with full pay and not 3 months as it was before. We should have 6 months with full pay. Then we should also have 6 months with half pay. And no teacher should be retired on medical grounds without the consent of that teacher giving the retirement. So that if a teacher can recover, he goes back and he does his work. That is also a proposal we have given. The recognition of teacher professional development is key, and we have said, if a teacher has developed himself and he has proved and provided papers, in private sector it works. A teacher goes for private studies, they qualify on areas that are relevant to the industry. Immediately they qualify, they are compensated and they're even refunded. So teachers who take time to develop themselves in order to improve their classes should now be considered in that development by being given increment in terms of their remuneration, because it will motivate them to offer quality education. I remember Professor Nyerere talked here about quality education. In order to drive quality education, we have very many factors, and we cannot leave out the recognition of teachers who have developed themselves. Among us, the very many other factors that we have that we will be unveiling as we are sitting with Teacher Service Commission. The last CBA that we signed, my brother Akello, was a cashless CBA in 2021. And by then, the excuse was that we were moving out of the COVID pandemic. So the government was saying, give us some reprieve so that we can go through this pandemic and then we look at it. Yes, in 2023, something came. But now, the message we are giving very clearly is we are not ready to sign a cashless CBA. We are going for a CBA, and it should not be cashless. If it is cashless, then we will come back to these teachers and they'll tell us if they will accept cashless CBA. Otherwise, we are not ready for that.
Yes, when I SG from Kusnet to James, what are your proposals? What are you pushing on this new CBA?
Okay, CBA, collective bargaining agreement. The time is running. The time is moving very fast. It has taken too long for the employer to invite the teachers' unions. We will be there on 2nd Tuesday. Basic salary, higher. All allowances, higher. New allowances, higher. But what we are asking the cabinet secretary, not the cabinet secretary, sorry, the prime cabinet secretary, the issue of playing with the hardship allowance, it was negotiated, deposited in court. So I think he has no any business there. It's only the trade union and the employer who can renegotiate about the hardship allowance. And if they have to scrap the hardship allowance, let them scrap the conditions in those areas. I'll not add much on that. The statement will come out in the afternoon on Tuesday, whether white or a black smoke.
Asante sana. Now I want to give few school heads a chance also to ask a few questions as we wind up. So if you're ready, you can raise your hand. I'll give you the mic, please. Papi? Good, fantastic. As they ask the questions, you can be short besides the point, and also our discussants will be taking note of that.
Good afternoon, members. I want to, there is something I wanted to ask about capitation. I'm Bishop Koech, Principal Koyua Central in Bomet County. I wanted to ask about capitation, and I wanted to ask maybe our COPET representative. Now, there was an idea about these many bursaries that are going to different places, CDF, government, everywhere. And there was something about pooling them together and bringing everything direct to school, because maybe in the channel as they are being transmitted towards the child, there is a lot of wastage on the way. What happened in Parliament? Because we were really waiting for that, because actually education can be very free. Now, did the government lose trust on the principle? And I think that is your question, because so that you may tell the government to please restore the trust on us, because maybe somebody may be thinking that money will not be used well. Thank you very much. That is my concern. Asante.
Bobby? At the back, yes. And if you have any set of questions that you not wish to ask, please, you can put it in a note and give it to me. I'll ask them.
Thank you. Thank you, Wanamtalaki. I'm Anunda Philip from KESSHA County. And I want to suggest the following to our SG, Akelo Missouri. We know you are going on our behalf to negotiate the CBA on behalf of the teachers of Kenya. But my brother, let me tell you, you are going to a very cunning employer. Very cunning in the sense that carrots are being dangled already. Be careful that as you go there, you say your prayers so that you can come out with something tangible for our teachers who are so disillusioned in the staff rooms. Kindly, if it is a non-monetary CBA, I'm telling you, things are very bad on the ground. You would rather not go, or you would rather raise up your hands if there is nothing monetary coming to us. I'm only giving you a warning and a free advice. Akelo Missouri. Thank you very much.
Haya, makofi kwake. Any other teacher on? Oh, yes. Oh, I've seen my teacher, Mr. Wanyonyi. Huyu ndo amenifunza.
As your teacher comes up, this is Obare from Homa Bay. To Akelo Missouri too, kindly consider the issue of medical allowance. It's not there in the slips, as you are aware, and we are contributing to 2 medical schemes, that is our own and KESSHA. But when we go to look for services, we don't get good services all over the country. So we end up going back to our pockets to pay for services that we have already contributed to twice. Kindly let it bother you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francis, my very student at Dr. Agri High School. I stand to emphasize the need for transparency and genuine negotiations, because when you think about it, the perception out here is that our union officials are sometimes compromised, and that it may not be true, but the perception is that sometimes when things are very tight and people are looking at each other eyeball to eyeball, the first person to blink is the one who loses the game. So we are requesting that you use all techniques. Some of us saw Ambrose Adongo in action. We saw Francis Nganga. We saw the others like John Katumanga, and we are missing that kind of approach. Please let us be red-eyed. Let us look at our employer face to face, and let us speak for the majority of these teachers, because our cry is that you come out with something in the basket. Please let it not be cashless. Kindly take it as a brotherly advice. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. So I think I'll give Akelo Missouri the first opportunity, because most of the questions are directed to you. 1 has to do with capitation. 2, CBA implementation. They say that the employer is a bit cunning. How are you going to deal about that? And lastly, transparency. And
I think I recorded more than what you have given me, but I think my brothers are here also to give their mind on these very touchy issues. Pulling everything in terms of capitation together, so that at least they entrusted, the principals are the ones entrusted with the management of all the monies which accrues to school, even bursaries and so on. I think we share the same view with the principals. The government must restore confidence and must have confidence in our school leaders, because these people are bearing the burden of holding education, and the ones running the school single-handedly in our institutions, even within adverse conditions. The proposal to have those monies pulled together under one central pool to be managed would be our wish. And that's the reason for which I said we need to have a very strong partnership with our members of parliament, so that they see the need that this partnership can yield something. One of the delegates is saying that to some extent, when carrot is dangled, we don't negotiate progressively. I want to say here, because sometimes we need to declare our interest. The reason why we became union official is not because we wanted to address ourselves to the carrot. For example, myself, I became a union official because I come from a family which is thoroughly teachers. We are 10 in the family, and 6 of us are teachers. My wife, who is also among you here, is also a teacher. My late dad was a teacher. And therefore, I buried my dad when I was in Form 5. And my dad had taught for about 31 years. And his salary, by the time he died in 1982, he had not earned even 1,000 shillings. You can imagine, with a family of 10, and he managed to take us to school, it was just a struggle. Similarly, when I started my employment as a teacher, a trained teacher in 1989, the salaries that period was basically 2,480, with a salary, with a house allowance of 1,500. It moved. Currently, those of you who are now in job group D4, D5 would attest that we have really worked for the teachers of this country. We have worked for the teachers of this country. Let me repeat, we have worked. The sky is the limit, and we will not tire to negotiate on better terms. But I want also to tell you one thing, colleagues. No employer would wish to pay employees better. No employer. And therefore, the struggle that we have had in the past has given us this. If the employer is a government, it's even worse, because they can say, we are going to give you, but you will not see the light of day. And that one is what will happen. I want to tell you that it is not very easy to negotiate. We must negotiate a new CBA. I have heard my brother here saying that they are not ready for a cashless CBA. Last year, Otieno, this is a point for you and you must explain. We lost massively because they left me hanging and they went home down. They left us. It was so sad. So the way you see me is taller than me, he's even darker than me. What do you expect me to have done when Otieno had left me hanging up there? So this time round, I want him to confirm to you that he's ready to go with us full throttle. If he's going with us full throttle, we will not relent. We must deliver a castful CBA.
Okay.
Are we getting that?
Okay, thank you.
So, Otieno, you must confirm to them. Medical allowance. You know, in 2014, we had the issue of our medical allowance being commuted to a medical cover. We know you have not enjoyed the medical cover because you have compared this medical cover with other covers. But I must say that the same members really blackmailed us in this medical cover, because remember, Kupet went to court, even secured a judgment. But one of my brothers from Homa Bay, a principal of a school, took a phone and called me and said that I wanted to be very popular with his health. Another madam teacher, also from Homa Bay. Take note, I come from Homa Bay. That's my county of birth. Another madam teacher is in Kisumu and asking that I am with a patient. My son is supposed to undergo surgery. Have you now removed the judgment about our medical allowance? I was blackmailed. I came and convened a meeting of the National Executive Board, the National Governing Council, and we let go. And that is how we continue to suffer under the regime of that medical cover, because we were blackmailed by our own members. We could have had a better bargain to know the details of the extent to which we can benefit. And therefore, that is what happened with the medical cover. So we cannot pay from our pockets. Some of us do not understand the difference between statutory deduction, because SHA is in the law. SHA is in the law, and we cannot go do about it because it involves everybody. What we need to have enhanced is our medical cover, which should not be compromised at all costs. We must get the best out of our enhanced medical cover. And in this new CBA that we are going to, Brother Tieno, I hope we will team up together also in this, so that we get the best out for our members. We are very transparent. And as I've said, if it was not because of the love of our members, working in the union is not a walk in the park. It is not a walk in the park. We cannot just afford to be compromised. We cannot afford to be compromised because we can be stoned on the streets by our own students and by our own brothers and sisters. We cannot. And we cannot compromise our principles of solidarity forever, that we miss the target and then we take kitu kidogo so that we don't deliver. So I think everything will be all right. Okay. There are details which you cannot talk about during KESSHA meetings because they are seriously advanced for commitment with the employer. And if we commit here, we will be committing in bad faith. Thank you.
Asante sana. Maybe we go to Bonaterome as we wind up. I also have a question that has just gotten in here. Kindly negotiate to have all acting principals and deputies to have them confirmed as it was in 2017. You can add that to.
Okay, thank you very much. The career progression for SNE, it will be the center stage. It was changed in 2017, but now we are somewhere to unclose those notes.
Hey, maybe you can, there's some questions?
Hello. Yeah, my brother Kelo is breaking me a bit, but I'm telling him hanging. He understands what left him hanging. So that one is a discussion for another day, because he's an astute Secretary General. He's one of the people I respect in labor movement, and he has grown me up. So he knows exactly what made him hang. But this time round, we will ensure that every other thing that made you hang is worked on so that nobody is hanging. We will work on that. Secondly, I come to my brother who said that at times we go to the negotiation table and we are compromised. Let me be blatant and say this. If you get a salary increment, I also get one. Are you getting me? If you get a salary increment, I also get one, because I'm paid by you. It is your 2% that pays me. So if you get your salary increment, my share of 2% will also do what? Go up. So I cannot compromise a situation whereby I know it will affect my salary. So I have to fight for your salary so that I also get mine improved. So there is no compromise on that one, because your percentage increment is my percentage increment. And that is what we fight for. Then two, on capitation, I want to say this. Before we go for that political capitation that they are taking in parliament, that they are saying they want to amalgamate all the bursaries, let us first of all go for our capitation to be improved, to come in time, and to come with the arrears that were lost in between. Because if we get that capitation, then we will be comfortable to work, then we leave the politicians to fight their political wars. Because ours is academic war. So let us go for that which is ours. Yes, the government need to have confidence in you principals and to the heads of institution. Because you have been handling monies, not small monies. You are the ones who have ensured that the education in this country is top-notch. Compared to very many countries in Africa and globally, our education in Kenya is top-notch. And it is because you have been adequate to handle whatever small monies you have gotten in your schools. And in some instances, you have gone to a lot of stresses and even looking for collaborators and sponsors to help you manage those schools. So that confidence, the government has no shortcut. They have to just bring it to you as our heads of institutions and principals. Medical scheme, Akelo. Let us now be very bold as unions. This is teachers' money. Let us have a separate conversation that speaks about the treatment of our teachers in these facilities, because our teachers have invested a lot in that fund. So let us just have a proper conversation, even including us as stakeholders in the sector, because in most cases, unions, we are just a voice of the teachers. But the contract is between the Teacher Service Commission and the contract holder, who also looks for service providers. But we need now to come in the conversation table, where they are even looking for who will be the contract partner, what proper qualifications, and who will be the service providers, and how do we get the service providers. I think if we take ourselves into that level of conversation, we can be able to control this menace that we are having in the medical funds once and for all. One of our principals has written to me and has said about acting capacity that he has reacted to. Let me add more to this, because it is part of our collective bargain. We are saying, because TSC has in most cases given excuses that they cannot confirm somebody who in an acting capacity because that person does not meet the thresholds of being confirmed. Then I'm asking myself, why do you make somebody act if you know that that person has no capacity to work fully? And that person acts for even more than 6 months. That person is given a letter of deployment. That person has served that school for 5 years. What is this that you are telling us that that person has no capacity? So we are telling them, let it be after 6 months. First of all, when they give acting capacity, let them give to those they feel they can promote after 6 months, so that there is no shortcut about it. Just take time, my brother. Yes, then, if that does not work, because we know we have in some areas which are hard to staff in Kenya and maybe marginalized areas where you can get somebody to do that, then let them introduce a special allowance that will sustain this person as this person is carrying out those duties. But also let us have it that after 6 months, government is putting off this thing. After 6 months, if you do not get somebody with a capacity, then confirm that person in that position. That is what we are saying as a union. And that one is also in our proposal demand that we have given. Retirement package for teachers. Retirement has been a big thing, and the principal has indicated here that under Kelo, our teachers are retiring and they are going home and they are in a very appalling condition. It is high time that we champion for this. Employment starts with the TSC. Retirement should also end at TSC. So that TSC should ensure it is their duty. It is not for the duty of the teacher to follow the retirement check at the Ministry of Finance. It is the work of the TSC that employed that teacher that should ensure that employment starts with the TSC and the exit also ends at the TSC. So that is something that we should push for those who are in the non-contributory scheme. Those who are in the contributory scheme, the rule is very simple. It is your money you have been contributing. At the point of retirement, get it, go home, start your new life. Then principals, also it has been written here that even as we negotiate Akelo, that they are saying that now D5, they have surpassed D5. And it is true, here we have principals who are professors and very high principals. D5 is not their portion. They have said they want to move up to D7. And let us carry that with ourselves as we are going to the negotiating table, and it has come from them so that they know that this is what the principals are saying. Thank you.
Asante sana. Maybe I'll have 30 seconds each as your closing remarks as we begin to Bwana James.
Okay, all what have been discussed here, let it not gather dust in the offices. We energize ourselves and we push for the better future of this country. mtuweke kwa mikono ya anaitwa nini kwa Kiswahili? Maulana. Mtuweke kwa mikono ya Mwenyezi Mungu Jumanne tunapokutana na tajiri. Saa 12 hivi mgojee moshi. Either black or white.
Thank you so much. I think I will stress partnership. And secondly, I would say that we will not fear to negotiate. Neither will we negotiate in fear. Entrust us with what you have proposed. And lastly, I would wish to say that we need to use evidence to push for issues which are related to education. And sometimes when we send messages to your offices, we would expect a quick feedback so that our action is timely. Otherwise, for us now, we laud the relationship that exists between ourselves and yourselves. Let us work together and ensure that we provide and deliver this country with the correct values. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As I add to that, I want to thank the principals who have been calling us when there are issues in the schools that need our attention, and more so to do with the delay in capitation. Particularly, I have a principal, I don't know, from Vihiga called Oginga. I think he's an official of KESHA. He normally calls me when there is delay in capitation and when he has been challenged. So keep on communicating with us. And I want to support what Akelo says. Nowadays, we have entered into the era of data, data, and data. Even when we go before the Parliamentary Education Committee, they want data on what we are talking about. That data does not come from us because we are not where the rubber meets the road. You are the ones who are at where the rubber meets the road. So when we demand data, at times it can be very urgent. So let us have very rapid response to collection of data so that we can be able to use it in order to work for you. Believe you me, we are not leaving the negotiation table in a hurry. Akelo, Brother Torome, nobody should leave the negotiation table in a hurry. The CBA runs for 4 years and it has room for backdating. Let us not leave that table in a hurry. Let us deliver for our members, because if we do not do it for ourselves, nobody will do it for us. Thank you.
A round of applause for our union leaders. Makofi kwa tafadhali. And at that juncture, asema asanteni sana. Thank you so much, Chinat. Thank you so much, Kupet. And thank you so much, Kasnev. Naam, naweza kuwaruhusu sasa mkaenda mkakaa, manake muda haunasi. Ningetaka pia tuendelee na shughuli zingine, na kufikia hapo basi nafikiri tuweze kuamka kidogo anaposhuka chini. Sote tuamke tu. Let's do something because as we head to the tail end of this. DJ, kama uko na simu naweza washa, si ndio? Haya. I believe this song everybody is aware of it. Si ndio? Haya. If you have a phone, naweza washa endelea this, ama kama una kitambaa. Yes. Yes. Tuishi kwa upendo, chuki situmalize. Hapo nyuma. Yes. Thank you so much. We are the one that the Lord has chosen, yes. We are the one with the power today, yes. Amen. My home, my Kenya, my land. Amen. My residence, my president. Amen. My town, my city, my crown, my love, my love, my life. DJ. I'm told Bwana Kelo Misori has something for a few seconds. Thank you.
I'm very sorry that when we started in earnest without introducing the powerful team from Kupet. I would wish to ask the Mombasa team to stand and other branch officials to stand and wave to the crowd. Yes, good. Yes, that is Mombasa team and other officials from Nairobi, Vihiga, and even Trans Nzoia and Bungoma. Then the national officials, the national treasurer is in the team, the national vice chairman, the secretary, secondary, and the organizing secretary, and myself. We say, Kupet power. Thank you.
Asante sana, now you can take back your seats. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. Nawapenda sana. Asanteni.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, our brother Francis Mtalaki. Thank you, our SGs, Kupet, Kusnet, Kupet, Nat, and our new kid on the block, Kusnet, led by none other than James Torome. In our style, we want to say asante. In an African way, we want to give them mgeni akija tunampatia small chondo. May I ask the persons concerned kindly? Nafikiri tutaanza na our own kijana wetu Francis Mtalaki, seasoned and polished all the way from Roland Media. A round of applause for him. Asante sana anapopokea. Asante sana ndugu yetu Francis Mtalaki. Hiyo ni ishara kuu ya kuwa ulikanyaga huku kwetu KESHA National Conference. Anafuatiwa, karibu sana. Ndugu yetu Otieno SG Nat, thank you. Bwana Otieno kimwakilisha ndugu yetu SG, pokea hiyo. Hiyo yake niyo. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much on behalf of our brother Collins Oyu, our SG Nat. Asanteni sana for your articulation. Alafu okay, thank you. Then our new kid on the block, James Torome, songea karibu na pia upokee. Okay. Okay. So Kupet, led by our brother Kelo Misori. Aha. Okay. And then Torome, you wanted something to somebody to take a photo for you. Mjomba Kupet. Tumpige hiyo picha, nataka umpige huyo Torome. Okay. And then finally we are finishing with Kusnet. So finally, our new kid on the block. Madam, don't be in a hurry. Torome nataka iwe kama kumbukumbu, ataenda kuweka pale kwake kama wall hanging. Thank you. James Torome, unaambia uangalie ngambo nyingine. Asanteni sana wangwana. Thank you all of you. Thank you the three of you plus our news anchor, none other than Francis Mtalaki. So, colleagues and comrades, that marks the end of this session. We want to thank the three of them as they go down. And because some of these unions have been there during the Moise era, let's appreciate them by the Nyayo Club. Ile 1, 2, 3 ile kata fungua. Aya, pasha kitanga chako moto ili tuanze tuwasindikize na hilo. Twende moja. Asante. Kupet, Nat, Kusnet, asanteni kwa ujio wenu. Kata fungua, asanteni sana. Nami napoondoka jukwani nataka tu kusema ya kuwa tunapofikia ukingoni, we want to thank you for resilience. This program has been bloated, so tukimaliza then please don't be in a hurry to go back toward the coastal line. Tembea to the beaches, go down to Malindi, go and see the Vasco da Gama, nenda Watamu. Uko kaone vitu vitamutamu, enjoy the coastal cuisine, ingia uko Gede ruins, nenda uko Msambweni, ukaone Shimoni. vile slaves walikuwa wanafungwa, wanatobolewa kwenye mguu, alafu wanafungwa na sijui ni nyororo ama ni nyonyoro, whichever one of those two. So please don't leave this place. Nenda Wasini ukaone the dancing bridge, ile ambayo unapotembea uko juu inabembea, ukiwa like 100 meters above the ground, unacheza rumba ukiwa juu hewani. Ole wako wewe kama uko na height phobia, but don't leave this place without going down. And then my people from Kitui, hata huku kwetu pia tuko na Zambani. Go up to Taita Hills, climb the Vuria, uone pia we have an equivalent of the Zambani Hill. With those many few remarks, I've been yours truly, Madera Douglas Mkongo. Asanteni sana, msiondoke kwa haraka, kueni huku ili mkule mapochopocho, samaki wa kupakwa na mihogo ya tui. Asanteni. Thank you. Back to ndugu yangu Elias. Over to you.
Shall we clap for Mr. Madeda for that wonderful job? So thank you so much, our unions, for what you've done. It's been amazing the way you've been interacting with our teachers and everyone. I'll be ushering in the national chair shortly for the association business, but before that, I'll want to call upon Semaster for your award very fast. Semaster, Minet, CIC, Association of Kenya Insurance, KCB, and Isuzu. Kindly, let's move forward very fast. We clear that business. Semaster. Semaster, Minet, CIC, Association of Kenya Insurance, KCB, and Isuzu, in that order. Kindly move forward. These are our partners, our sponsors, for the good work they have done so far. Kindly, I'm not seeing CIC. I'm not seeing CIC. Come in that order. Minute. Isuzu. Minute, come forward. KCB, and Isuzu. If they are not coming forward, I'll ask that we usher in our national chair for the association business. So shall we cheer up the chair as he takes the podium to share with us the association business. Bwana Willy Mwangi Kuria, welcome to the podium to share the association business. Karibu sana Bwana Chairman.
Thank you very much, MC. I wish to recognize those of us who are here this time, those who have presented, the Secretary Nat, SG Nat, SG Kupet, and Kuznet. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we are just nearing to close. So we are going to take a very short time indeed. And I want to say that the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association, just to remind you, was started in 1974. And it was started, and there were a number of objectives that were to be achieved. And maybe I would say that we are good in what we are doing. We are trying to achieve as many as we can. We are trying to take the members forward. Maybe the only thing that I say we have dragged a bit behind is the fact that from that time up to today, as a KESSHA, we have no assets. Even the venue we are into today, we hire. And we hire very costly. Actually, sometimes it goes up to 1.8 million per day. And therefore, the current National Governing Council would wish to procure a KESSHA venue. And we are much aware that the principals seated here have been taxed, and they can no longer be able to be taxed anymore. And therefore, we are looking for partners and well-wishers and make savings that we can, so that we can be able to secure a ground or some farm, a ground, and then we can start the process of constructing our own conference center. And that one, we want to start, if possible, immediately after this conference, because time has come that we move forward. Of course, there had been an issue that we wanted the principals to increase the subscription, which I say it is not the case. We explored on that area, we deliberated, and then we came to a final conclusion that for now, that one is not possible. We are going to look for other means, but what we are telling you is that we'll have, as KESSHA, we shall have to have our own conference center, a bigger one than this one, because you can see some people are out. I wish you can get a place where we can all be inside. So that one is on course. Maybe the other thing that we have done now is the registration that is going on, the online registration. And as I have enumerated, you have seen we require also funds. So among other things in streamlining this conference, we actually say that we shall have to register online for everyone who comes to this conference. First of all, to streamline it, for security, and also ensure that we have some files for what we intend to do. And that is, means that we say that participants, including the directors, do register. They also give us a bit of money. But I want to make it very clear. We say that the national office is going to register the regional directors. The county KESSHA will register the county directors. And the sub-county KESSHA is going to register the sub-county directors, both the minister and TSC. So the funds will come from the chairman of those respective areas. I'm in charge of registering the regional directors, but we actually want them registered. And registering them, it is money. It's not giving the name. So that is upon the county, the national chairman, the regional chairman, and county chairman, and the sub-county chairman to do that work. And I'm sure we are going to move on well. I'm aware that people are in a hurry, so I want to add there. I'd call upon the secretary to read the resolutions so that we move on. I think within the next 20 minutes, we should be out of this hall. Some have said they have booked the flights that they are leaving by 2. So I hope the secretary is near. Maybe he thought I'm going to take a very long speech when he saw me carrying a file here. No, okay, Karibu secretary, come on, Karibu. Otherwise, we want to wish you the very best for participating. We are considering ending this conference on Thursdays. Thursdays, maybe the next one. By Thursday evening, we close this conference so that suppose the minister was there and you can see the hall. Even the Kupet and the Nats are also complaining they are given the last day when wakati hakuna watu, hiyo tutaacha, hata hiyo tutaacha. Lazima tuache hizo sote. Thank you very much for coming up. We are very happy for presentations and for being with us. Tuonane mwaka ujao tafadhali. And we are happy that you have registered about 7,500 delegates, the highest that has ever been registered. The highest that ever subscribed, meaning with the online registration, we are seeing loopholes. Thank you very much. Karibu Secretary.
Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Our guest of us, our chief guest, distinguished guests, members of the delegates. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon. May I take this opportunity to thank all of you for the attendance and we are proud to be the association members, and allow me to take you through the resolutions of this great conference. Resolutions from the 48th KESSHA National Conference, June 2025 at Sheikh Zayed Hall, Mombasa. 1. Curriculum and learning. Under curriculum and learning, these are what we have all agreed. Principals pledged to embrace flexibility, creativity and innovation while implementing senior school pathways. Government urged to enhance KICD's capacity to develop, evaluate learning materials timely. C. Only the highest quality textbooks should be approved for schools. Under talent development and capacity building, stakeholders encouraged to establish a strong system for talent nurturing and teacher retooling. And B. Principals to collaborate with the KEMI, MOE, ISPAC, PSAB for bazaar training and sound financial management. 3. Sustainability and innovation. School leaders to promote clean energy adoption. Increased use of digital tools in teaching, learning, and assessment is encouraged. Support for national ID registration for learners aged 18 years and above. On the policy and compliance, principles to adhere strictly to MOE policies and procurement laws. And 2, full implementation of electronic government procurement, that is EGP, to improve transparency. And 3, audit readiness is emphasized with the financial statements due by August 30th. Under funding and capitation, government urged to allocate minimum operational funds for low enrollment schools and suspend infrastructure fund transfers to address outstanding debts. On capitation and school fees should be reviewed every 3 years to reflect inflation with a timely disbursement emphasized. Activity funds at all levels should be transparently disclosed to help schools bridge financial gaps. On teacher management and promotions, TSC asked to expand job groups from D5 to D7 and expedite promotions for acting principals serving over 6 months, especially those serving in ASAL counties. TSC and unions to develop a new CBA addressing teacher enrollment issues. reassessment of gratitude for support staff given existing NSSF contributions. And 7, equity and global goals. Principals associations committed to delivering inclusive, equitable, and quality education that supports lifelong learning, poverty eradication, economic growth, and global interconnectedness. These resolutions reflect KESSHA's ongoing commitment to excellence, accountability, innovation, and sustainable development in the education sector. Mr. Chairman, these are the resolutions of the 48th Annual KESSHA Conference, and therefore, we are requesting for a proposer and a seconder. Mike, please.
But Jagi Yadharakanidhi, I propose.
Thank you, Chairman Tarakanidhi.
Erastus Nyagwa, Chair Uriri, I second.
Thank you, Bwana Erastus. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to give these resolutions to the ministry and even the TSC. So I think we shall ask the Director Central to come. We give them for the TSC, and Dr. Tuguti is here will carry for the ministry. And we want photographs as evidence. Come and continue. Come and continue. And the Vice Chair, come and continue this one.
It's a very important point in our conference. We are presenting our resolutions out of this conference to the Ministry of Education and the Teacher Service Commission. We have the Regional Director Central representing the Teacher Service Commission to receive on behalf of the Teacher Service Commission. Thank you so much, Director. Can we a round of applause? A round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Education. The next set of resolutions is being presented to the Ministry of Education, represented by Dr. William Sugut, the Director, Senior School Education. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we share them up? Share them up. Share them up. Thank you so much for that session. Thank you, Chairman, for that. Thank you. Now ladies and gentlemen, we want to move to the final stretch, the closing ceremony. And as I invite the National Chairman, allow me in a very special way to thank all the members that have made this conference a big success, beginning with the people who have had to organize morning devotions, those who have been with us very early in the morning to cheer and praise the Lord and pray for us before we began any of the conferences, any of the days. We must thank you so much. We also thank those that have made it possible that we have entertainments all through this conference. Everybody who has stood here to add their voice to all that has been going on here, we don't take it for granted. I want to also appreciate the delegates for sitting down, listening to the presentations, and always being very patient, especially Chairman, the delegates that are here looking at us, seated here up to this last day. We appreciate all of you. Can we cheer our delegates for your patience? We don't take it for granted. We appreciate you for that. I also must appreciate the presenters that have been here, all those that were invited to make presentations during this conference, all the topics that were covered, right from day one all the day to this afternoon. We appreciate all of you. We also must thank our sponsors, partners, and everyone who actually gave us the resources, supported us during this 48th annual KESSHA conference. Similarly, Chairman, allow me to appreciate in a very special way the service providers, including the school that has hosted us for these days, and the ICT team, the team that is here, that has made it possible that these presentations are online. They are projected on the screens, both in the hall and even in the other halls that are there, and everyone in this team that has made it possible that we actually conclude this conference today in a very successful manner. Chairman, allow me to really appreciate also members of the National Governing Council that have played various roles that were assigned to them, members of the NGC, members of the NEC, those who have chaired the sessions, even those who have moved vote of thanks to appreciate all presentations. We don't take anything for granted. May God bless you as we look forward to the next conference. We pray for you that you travel back home safely as we wind up the conference. With those remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my duty and pleasure to welcome the National Chairman, Kenya Secondary School Health Association, Mr. Willy Mwangi Kuria, to carry on from there. Mr. Kuria.
Thank you very much, our MC, for taking us through very well in the whole week. We are very grateful for the way you have directed this program. And now, because he has passed all the votes of thanks, and because of time, I'll just request you all to arise so that we now welcome our chief guest. Tafadhali. Na tunamwelcome kwa makofi. Na musisahau, we are going to close with the national anthem and even the prayers. So the secretary, can you now escort our chief guest to come and close? Clap for the chief guest who has been sent. Dr. Suguti has been sent to present the minister. Karibu sana, our chief guest. Karibu, karibu, karibu. Thank you very much. You can sit down. Thank you very much. We have our chief guest, Dr. Suguti, representing the minister, the cabinet secretary for education. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, want to thank you most sincerely because of the invitation. And as we've been informed, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Honorable Migos Ogamba, wanted to be here with us this afternoon, but because of assignments in government, he has directed me to represent him in this closing ceremony. And therefore my business will be very simple. I will be able to go through his speech. But just before that, let me say that we are happy that you've been able to attend this particular conference, being the 48th one. We want to believe that we will get lessons out of this, and therefore as we move forward, it is important for us to get what it is that we have learned for purposes of ensuring that we do better in any of the other subsequent conferences. This is the speech, ladies and gentlemen, by the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba, during the closing ceremony. That is the 48th Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association. The chairperson of Kenya Secondary School Heads Association, Mr. Willy Kuria, Head of State Commendation, members of the KESSHA National Executive Council, distinguished principals from across our great nation, representatives from the Teacher Service Commission, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, Kenya National Examinations Council, and other education stakeholders. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Rarely does one person find this glorious opportunity to address such an important conference. Twice, it is even more seldom that one speaks before you both during the opening and the closing session. That you have afforded me this opportunity to speak with you twice makes me exemplary excited and I consider it a rare privilege. The 48th Kenya Secondary School Heads Association Conference, whose theme was embracing pathways in senior school education, has indeed been a massive success. Please give yourselves a round of applause for making this a wonderful conference. This closing ceremony, therefore, comes after you, dear delegates, have had 5 days of intense professional and candid engagements on the education we want in our secondary schools. Although I did not attend each and every session, I have had a chance to be briefed about your resolutions, and I am happy that I have even received on the behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, and definitely the resolutions will reach him. Then I must commend you immensely for the thorough resolutions that you have been able to arrive at, and I wish to assure you that all the resolutions will inform our policy implementation. As a Ministry of Education, I commit to you that we will work with the National Treasury to ensure that the government disburses the necessary capitation on a timely basis as allocated in the budget. I wish to particularly thank you for your resolutions during this conference, which will enhance measures for accountability of resources allocated in your schools. And prudent financial management, therefore, will indeed ensure that our learners receive value for money disbursed to them. On our part, we will explore ways of working with the Kenya Revenue Authority to train you and your finance officials on the e-procurement program that will be rolled out on all government agencies starting July this year. Ladies and gentlemen, I am also impressed that you have resolved to collaborate with the Ministry of Education and stakeholders to ensure a smooth learner transition under the competency-based education to senior school next year. On behalf of the government, I wish to pledge to provide necessary resources to schools to support establishment of pathway-based infrastructure in preparation for the junior school children transiting to senior school next year. As we were informed in this conference, the government has already set aside 980 million for retooling of senior school teachers on the competency-based education, a move that should be able to adequately prepare our staff for purposes of transition in January 2026. To safeguard school property, the proposal that school managers insure school property while making sure our children live and learn in a clean and healthy environment is a fantastic resolution. I urge all of you to implement this call every year. Ladies and gentlemen, as school managers, I wish to urge you to ensure that all your respective schools have obtained their land title deeds to avoid the unfortunate situations where unauthorized people claim ownership of those pieces of land. In case your school doesn't have a title deed, we are asking you to please work with the relevant government departments to process the title deeds, which must be kept under your custody. Ladies and gentlemen, I also know that you have sacrificed your half-term break, particularly to attend this conference in Mombasa. And therefore, I wish to thank you and request that you take the necessary rest this weekend and resume your crucial duties next week. I am aware also that you have been able to commit your time to this particular activity, which is very critical. I am aware that the second part of second term is one that will be rather busy, and therefore I wish all the best as you prepare the children for the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education assessment or examination in November. I wish to indicate that I count on you for a smooth transition of the current grade 9 candidates to grade 10 in your institutions next year. Finally then, I wish to thank all the organizers and the host of this conference for this most successful conference. I promise that all the proposals made here will be taken seriously by the government. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado and given the way people are looking, I now wish to declare this conference officially closed and wish you a safe travel back to your schools. Thank you and God bless you. Wish you well. God bless you. Thank you, Chair.
Can we clap for Director Sugut for that amazing message from the CS? So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to wind up, we want to rise up for the national anthem, after which the closing prayer will be offered by Madam Kirui, Chief Principal, Moi Girls Elderly. Madam Kirui, kindly move forward. The team, you'll be able to play the national anthem to wind up this.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joshua Woods, and today we are here at KESSHA conference. First of all, we want to thank the government for having thought it wise to bring such a function together in Mombasa. We are here as Trueston East Africa. We are showcasing
We thank you, dear Lord, for all our facilitators in this conference. We thank you for the Ministry of Education. We thank you for the Teacher Service Commission. We thank you, dear Lord, for KESSHA. We thank you for all the principals. We pray, dear Lord, that as we go back to our stations, let your glory shine upon us, illuminate our hearts with your word. Grant us journey mercies, O God, and when all is said and done, we will remember to give you all the glory and honor. Thank you for everything that you have done, for we pray, trusting and believing. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Everyone, travel well, and see you next year.
Gentlemen, my name is Joshua Woods, and today we are here at KESSHA conference. First of all, we want to thank the government for having thought it wise to bring such a function together in Mombasa. We are here as Trueston East Africa. We are showcasing our very, very, very high quality food supplements. Today, we as Trueston East Africa, we are having a range of 5 products that ideally have been made from nature's finest, concocted using natural plants and products concocted together to help you live a healthy life. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we strongly advocate for nutritional medication as a company, because you realize that we are living in compromised days whereby almost everything we ingest have toxins. You understand at times when we eat, we ingest salt, sugars, wheat, all these that we take into our body over time, they get clogged into our system. Bro, if you want to, we strongly advocate for nutritional medication, which is the trending means of getting toxins, or rather getting your health back. We understand that we are living in compromised days whereby almost everything we ingest has got toxins. By toxins, I mean the excess sugars, the salt, wheat, and at some time, in extreme cases, the cosmetics we are using, they get into our system and penetrate into our bodies. Over time, all these, they clog our bodies, and once that is realized, you find that the blood flow into different organ system into the body is compromised. As such, we advocate for nutritional medication using Cleanse Max. Cleanse Max has been made with nature's finest product. Here is a congregation of over 25 different types of fruits, leaves, and roots of indigenous plants that were used to cover all the inflammation issues in the body, the detoxing issues in the body, and all that. Cleanse Max from Trueston, East Africa is a wonderful, unique product that goes far and beyond just cleansing your just cleansing your body. What it does other than that, we go up to your cellular level. These plants inside, they go up to your cellular level and they give you a healthy cell. You understand that the cell is the basic unit of life. Thereby, once the cellular level has been taken care of, the whole system will be fine. So we are promoting the Cleanse Max today for the detoxing. We are having the triple root for men, for those who are struggling with prostate issues. With us here, we have those who are struggling with insomnia. This is for you. And for those who are having issues with
Karibu sana. We have some good products for you. We are selling, this is a triple tea coffee, which enhances male libido.
Yes.
And we have this sleep max when you are stressed.
We have something for sleep.
Yeah, you can
We
use
have
it.
something called Cleanse Max. This is a detox.
Ah, nice.
So this can really help you. But for you, net pack, tutole carrier
So
bag.
this one goes for 3,000 shillings.
Yes.
And if you take two, we might do for you a discount.
Great. Thank you very much. Welcome to North Coast Medical Training College. North Coast Medical Training College is a medical college, a private one. And we are in 3 branches. We have our main campus in Kilifi. And then and 2 new branches opened in Embu town, just opposite Naivas. And then now we have another one in Machakos, opposite Machakos Academy. We are offering 3 courses, postgraduate, diploma and certificate courses. We are proud that we also have pharmacy, which is one of the courses that people are yearning for, biomedical engineering. We have nurses. And then we have also a program called ICPP. It's an international program where we are training our nurses to be able to work internationally. And we are very happy because North Coast has partnered with the international countries like USA, Canada, Netherlands, and Germany. So for them, they want nurses from us. So when your children come and train with us, they'll have an opportunity. Those willing to go and work abroad, they will get an opportunity direct from the college. And also we help the students to get employed in the hospitals. Currently now, as we see, we have so many hospitals coming up, and we need well-trained people. So as North Coast, we are here to offer services that can be able to help the community to grow up. We have also courses like community health development. This one we are working with county hospitals, NGOs. So at North Coast Medical Training College, your child has the bright future. And at North Coast Medical Training College, we look beyond the horizon for your child. So welcome to North Coast Medical Training College.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Can you say something about KESSHA?
KESSHA.
This event that's here?
Yes.
You can say something like, as North Coast Medical Training College, we are here at KESSHA, the 14th KESSHA, the annual the annual 14th KESSHA event. We are so glad they give us an opportunity to come and showcase our people.
Yes.
Just something small.
Yes.
To
Okay. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank KESSHA for giving us this opportunity to come and showcase our stuff. Yes. Hi, my name is Geoffrey Ndengu. I'm from North Coast Medical Training College, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank KESSHA, the 48th KESSHA event in Mombasa, which brings together all the head teachers. And we would like to say the organizers, thank you very much, because you brought us the brand ambassadors of our products. Because with the head teachers and us, the college, we meet the students in between. So with that, I would like to say thank you to KESSHA. Keep on doing, and you are doing a marvelous job. Thank you so much, and we are very proud. We will come again, and we ask that you continue giving guidance to teachers, because when you guide them, you are giving more enlightenment to the students. And thank you so much.
Usipite mbele tafadhali. Chami.
Mara moja.
So which one?
Nataka uzipange hapo. Fanya unazipanga. Hiyo chana. Hizo zikaba.
So much. Wow. Chukua sweet kwa wingi.
Anasema unaona unachukuliwa hivi.
1, 2. So, hello everyone, this is Pauline Geran from Park University. First of all, I want to thank the KESSHA event organizers for planning this amazing event, for inviting Park University to showcase our programs. Some of them that we have in progress is PhD programs, we have master's programs, bachelor programs, diploma certificates. We also have an active, a very nice platform for those students that that have not qualified to join the university. We have a Park Institute that is currently running. I'll show you, I'll take you to that side after we're done with this. And yeah, just to mention that our campuses are located in Nairobi along Lumumba Drive. That is the main campus. We have another campus at Valley Road, and we have a very up-to-date Odell campus that has all the programs. Also to mention that Park University is a world-class university covering 25 plus nationalities. So, like our slogan says, Park University is where leaders are made. Welcome to Park University. Thank you. Hey. Na request kwa maisha wake. Na sipoingia class natoka yeye nje. Uko wapi? Oi, kwanza na register. Wacha ni register saa hii. Yes. Na mimi na mpromise kwamba nitasimama na yeye.
Wow.
Hi, my name is Agnes Moridi. I am the principal Kadi Gude. I'm happy to be here. This here, the AGM for the KESHA is just wonderful. We are happy. We are just so happy. Though the weather is a bit not so friendly, it's raining, but we are happy. We have learned a lot. We thank God for that. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michael Wafula Wesonga, working with One Planet Publishing and Media Services Limited. I represent the One Planet in Coast Region and Eastern. Today, I'm here attending the 48th KESHA, and we've done the display and we've done a lot of observations in terms of the delegates coming in and coming out. And we've experienced that this being a transition from the junior to the senior school, we've had a challenge in that we are having the displays, but we are not having the grade 10 books, which is being a challenge that most of the delegates are not willing to buy the old system books. And that said, we need to get at least the new system books so that now we are able to have the sales of maybe they are being relevant or remain relevant in the displays. This also goes now to the KESHA officials that we need to consider or relook in terms of the timing of this function so that now we are not affected by the rains that are really affecting teachers now getting to the field because of the water and also the mud that's also affecting the movement of the delegates. This is really affecting us in terms of the influx of the delegates getting to the respective tents and also making the purchases and also making the recommendations to the parents and also to the stakeholders. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. Umenitupa wewe tangu Tuesday. Angalia man, venye nimeoga nako tangu Monday bwana. Hata kitu kama hiyo. Mimi nikija ni kuingia. Ni sawa? Sawa. Haya. Ni sawa.
Usipite mbele kidogo tafadhali.
Daniel from Mass Computers. We have come here to showcase our products. Asanteni sana KESHA for organizing this event. Now make sure principals.
Action.
Hi, I'm Daniel from Mass Computers. We are here to showcase our products. We are very happy. We are able to interact with the principals and to able to digitize our high schools. Karibuni sana Mass Computers. Asante sana KESHA for organizing this event.
I'm Evans Lusicha. I work with Sun King. We are very delighted and happy to be part of the KESHA 48th conference here in Mombasa. We really appreciate KESHA leadership for providing such platforms for Sun King. We've really interacted with many teachers that are interested in our solar product, and we are looking forward to power schools, power homes, and bringing green energy dream into a reality through such engagement. In future engagement, we'll really appreciate KESHA for such platforms. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daisy from Oxford University Press. We are one of the sponsors for this year's KESHA at Sheikh Zayed. What we like about KESHA, we've been sponsoring KESHA for over the last 15 years, and every year it's new. You're able to learn new things and even get to meet new teachers. But specifically for this particular KESHA, we've had actually the opportunity of not only helping learners or teachers actually to understand about competency-based education through our Teacher's Companion, but also we've been able to get a number of teachers who are interested in our TIFI practicals. And that actually shows the impact that you're having in education around Kenya. What we'd like to change about KESHA? Well, I think I am happy and I enjoy also coming here, and the fact that they enable us to not only just speak to most of the teachers as sponsors, but that they also allow us to also get in touch with them and also get back to them. That gives us a reason to come and continue supporting KESHA over the years. The other thing is that as Oxford University Press, we've always developed the program for teachers, and being able to see the amazing list of speakers that are there and just sitting and listening to what the speakers have to say around education and what makes education special and how teachers can actually use what they're basically learning from what the speakers are presenting. It's one of those things that we also take it as publishers and see how we can use those key learnings to improve our products. So we ask that KESHA should continue bringing those amazing speakers, allowing sponsors like us to be able to talk about the products that we've been able to develop to support learners, and also for teachers to continue working with us in this journey, because without teachers, we can't do it alone. This is Oxford, transforming lives.
Oh, you serious?
Hey.
You serious?
Hey.
Yeah.
Ngoja na achukue dance tu. Changamkeni kidogo. Nice. Hello? Hello? Sawa, uko wapi? Sawa, acha nikuja hapo. Hadi ingia kwa bag hapo, iko hapo kwa bag. Dendri yangu kale kapucha, acha nikuja basi.
Ako hapo. Mwenye ameka yulba ameka yulba ya kubo.
Nimeitwa kidogo achukue niende. Nionyeshe changamka. Kwa bata.
Uko wata nayo.
Oriflame, kwa na hiyo nembo chini hapo.
Oriflame, yeah. Oriflame, yeah. Oriflame, yeah. Oriflame.
Haina shida, chukua hiyo. Karibisha wako. Safi kabisa.
Supplements pia.
Sub-county director. In fact, I had not processed. Mimi sija process nini. Nikasema sasa what is all this? Nikakaa kwa nyumba hivi nikasema niende na SGR. Kitu kingine kaniambia no, nikaambiwa sasa ukienda na SGR utakuwa late because from Medutini to Kwale it's a distance. Nilikuwa nimekata SGR. Unajua niliacha hiyo tikiti. Nikaenda na ndege Ukunda, ndio nikaenda Kwale, nikaripoti, nikarudi, nikakaa nyumbani was it 2 weeks ama I think God had just seen kina Regina huku wamekuja nikakupita
principal. Ndio hiyo juu.